2. Will you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and
Good. For translation tonight, we have Yahtzee Ponce here. Yahtzee, would you please introduce yourself?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yahtzee Ponce y seré su intérprete esta noche. Si necesitan de mi servicio, a favor de localizarme en el área trasera del salón. Gracias.
Thank you.
we have headsets for the hearing impaired available. Dr. Sarvis, introductions, proclamations, presentations, or recognitions?
Yes, tonight we have two, and we're going to start with McKinley School. Principal Emilio Handel is here with the McKinley Ballet Folklorico. Emilio?
Good evening, President Herron, members of the board, Dr. Sarvis, Cabinet. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of the many groups that we have at our school that dance regional Mexican traditional dances. Tonight, we will see a special group. The name of the dance will be La Piña, and they should be coming in just about right now. We'll get set up for you, and they will do a quick presentation for you of one of the dances, and I hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And watch TV on Saturday night at 5 o'clock on Channel 18, and you'll see yourselves. Okay?
Thank you.
I wonder who gets credit for those beautiful costumes.
Oh,
and those
I forgot to
incredible
mention,
coiffures.
Carmen Camarillo is a mother that lives in the neighborhood who for years has been making every single one of those costumes by hand. Her children all help with the dancing. They instruct the children in the dancing portion, but Carmen Camarillo does a wonderful job. She's also an instructional aide at our school with all of those. There she is, right there, Carmen. Just a tremendous job. So we owe a lot to her.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Handel. Quite fitting that we're coming up on Cinco de Mayo, and I think you took our crowd by surprise giving away the pineapples.
Enjoy.
Good. Well, board, I would like you to meet a remarkable student. Barbara, would you please bring Robert Salazar up to the podium here? You may already have read about him. If you haven't, you will. And if you haven't seen him before, you will be seeing plenty of him. On April 12, Robert was recognized by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors as the 2010 Youth Volunteer of the Year. Congratulations, Robert.
Thank you.
Robert, I'm going to brag on you for a little bit here. Robert was recognized for his work at the La Brea Tar Pits in Los Angeles. Every Saturday at 6:45, he begins a 3-hour journey to the tar pits on foot, 3 buses, and a scooter. Once at the tar pits, his tasks may include cleaning the lower jaw of an Ice Age bison, or looking through sediments with a magnifying glass for microfossils, or uncovering the tibia of one of the largest mammoths ever discovered. Then, after his 8-hour shift, he begins the 3-hour journey back to Santa Barbara by scooter, 3 buses, and on foot. That's only part of the story. Robert has faced a number of personal and educational challenges. When he moved here from Los Angeles last fall, Santa Barbara was his 5th high school. He was deficient in credits by a semester, and in order to graduate, Robert is currently taking an unheard of 70 units in this semester in order to catch up. He starts with 0 period, takes a full course load plus adult education, and is taking a Japanese class at Santa Barbara City College. The Japanese class meshes with his love of origami, some of which is currently on display in Santa Barbara City College. Did we have some of the origami here? Oh, I was so impressed, just so impressed with what you were able to do in origami with Ice Age mammals with lizards, with trees, all from one sheet of paper. After high school, Robert's goal is to continue the pursuit of fascination at Santa Barbara City College and then on to UCSB, and he hopes to earn a doctorate in ecology. Education is a source of inspiration, and he has said, "When I want to go to school until the day I stop breathing." We love that. That is music to our ears, Robert. Robert, we look forward to seeing you at Santa Barbara High School's graduation ceremony.
I'll be there.
Congratulations. Would you like to say anything? Or did I say it all?
Well, I'm also a cadet of the
Very good.
California Cadet Corps, and I'm a most decorated cadet in the state. And it's I've done for the past 6 years, and it's what I learned in the California Cadet Corps that I've been able to apply it to being able to do all of this.
Where are you a member, where are you a cadet?
Well, originally I was a cadet in San Bernardino, and then I transferred to a different brigade in Los Angeles. But now there isn't a brigade here in Santa Barbara, but I'm still in contact with state events. Yeah,
All right.
Absolutely fantastic.
thanks.
It's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Robert's mother is here as well. And sisters.
He's the oldest of 5.
All right.
This is number 5 here.
All right. And that's it for presentations tonight.
Do you have your superintendent's report?
Yes, I do. I have a number of items to report on. STAR testing is currently underway and will be finished May 14. We're looking forward to that because we put a lot of things on hold while we're in the testing cycle. The State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Jack O'Connell, announced the recipients of the 2010 California Distinguished School Award on April 19, and Santa Barbara Community Academy and Peabody Charter were both on the list. Jack O'Connell personally calling each of the principals to congratulate them and to invite them to the June 4 award ceremony in Anaheim. Yes, that's the day after graduation. So we'll be asking which board members would like to go down, Mr. Herron.
Right next to Disneyland.
I got confused because I got a call to go to something in Anaheim,
that-
and I got confused on the dates.
And that was the award for the Community Academy as a Title I achieving school, which was a big deal as well. So now this is California Distinguished School Awards, so we'll be working on signage and we'll be visiting the schools, congratulating them. To move on, our district's high schools are in the large school division of the CIF Southern Section, schools with 1,500 students or more, and there are 280 high schools in the large school division that participated in the 2010 academic athlete competition. We have Abe Jahadami with us. I see that you're flanked by Norm Clevenger. Abe brought us this information, and we're very pleased by it. Individual GPAs and each team's cumulative GPA are the basis for recognition in this award. Among those 280 schools, the high schools in Santa Barbara Secondary School District were all in the top 10 out of 280 schools. San Marcos placed first, Dos Pueblos placed second, Santa Barbara High School placed 8th, and they are all being honored. They were honored today at the Los Angeles Anaheim baseball game in a pregame ceremony on the field. Additionally, several student athletes were named Student Athletes of the Year by their respective schools. Recipients of the individual awards must be seniors that have maintained a minimum of 3.5 GPA in college prep courses over the past 3 years, in addition to earning a letter in at least one varsity sport and participating in extracurricular activities. Our male Student Athletes of the Year are from San Marcos High School, Matt Welsh with a GPA of 3.97, From Dos Pueblos, Nathaniel Block with a GPA of 3.56. And from Santa Barbara High School, Ken Myers. And I don't have his GPA here tonight, Board. I will get that to you. Female Student Athletes of the Year, Jenny Ann Martinez from San Marcos High School with a 4.0 GPA. Catherine Bohm from Dos Pueblos High School with a GPA of 4.0. And Rebecca Nielsen Robbins from Santa Barbara High School with a GPA of 4.0. The Board Brief. My office regularly issues a report to the Board called the Board Brief. It's a collection of reports and informational items on school district matters. A copy of the April 16 Board Brief can be found in the reception area. The last Board Brief included changes in the numbers and demographics in elementary students qualifying for the GATE program. I'm sure the Board found that very interesting. It also included preliminary gains in reading for students in Read 180, and at some point at the end of the year, we'll be bringing you the Read 180 results because we want them aligned with the actual end-of-year test performance. Upcoming reminder that National Teacher Appreciation Day is next Tuesday, May 4. And our district's Employee Appreciation Day is Thursday, May 6th. Upcoming events at our schools include, and board members, you have a list of this. It's on the side table for members of the audience, and you can refer to our district website, Mr. Het Young district website, to get more information about these. Thank you. That was magic, Dave. Click. San Marcos High School presents the musical Grease, which begins April 29. La Colina Junior High School band concert featuring the jazz band, drumline, beginning band, and advanced concert band is May 6th. Santa Barbara Junior High School musical Willy Wonka begins May 6th. La Cumbre Junior High School musical Grease begins May 6th. Santa Barbara High School musical Singin' in the Rain begins May 7th. You know, not this weekend, but the next weekend is going to be very busy for all of us. La Colina Junior High School's 50th anniversary celebration takes place on May 14th. Board members, I hope you've gotten that information already. Okay, you've received it, good. Goleta Valley Junior High School Advanced Band and Orchestra performs at Disneyland May 15, so you'll have to hoof it down to Disneyland to catch them. Goleta Valley Junior High School Beginning and Advanced Band Concert is on May 19, so you can wait and pick it up here. And Goleta Valley Junior High School Jazz Ensemble and Orchestra is on May 27th. So please refer to our website for any of that information or more. Thank you. That's tonight's superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. C2, board comments and correspondence. Dr. Noel.
Several things. The first one is I'd like to simply mark with respect the passing of Jaime Escalante. I don't know whether you've heard that or not,
Yes.
but he's been one of my heroes ever since I first saw the movie, but then saw him give a couple of presentations. And I remember him particularly for one comment. A student asked him, "Mr. Escalante, why did you give me an F?" He said, "Because an F is the lowest grade I'm allowed to give." And in some sense, that summarizes Mr. Escalante's expectations that he held for the students, and they came to hold for themselves. There is a couple of events that interest me a lot and maybe interest some of our teachers and students. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory is having open house on the 15th and the 16th in Pasadena. And I don't know whether you follow much that they do, but it's just astounding, and I think an inspiration, especially to young students with an engineering bent. And the other one, also in Orange County, is of particular interest to me. There's the museum there, and I haven't been there yet. It's called the Bowers Museum, and they have a program on the Silk Road. And what drew my attention to it, that it includes 2 mummies found in central China, one of which is a very young child. that I guess about the best preserved mummies so far discovered in history, and a whole explanation of, they have more European characteristics than Chinese characteristics, and it includes a whole explanation of this culture and that time, of interest particularly, I think, to some of our anthropologically oriented students. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Noel. Anyone else? I have a few things here. I'd like to first recognize somebody in the audience who probably after 17 and a half years on this board probably should have one of these seats, just in memory. But Margaret Connell, currently president or chairman pro tem or president pro tem of the Santa Glida City Council, and 17 and a half years on this board. She can explain why it's 17 and a half sometime if you want to listen. Okay, Margaret, welcome. I happened to go to an autism moving from science and research to practice, an afternoon part of that, and our own Michelle Britton, Dr. Michelle Britton Bass was one of the speakers, and I got to listen to her firsthand. So, Michelle, thank you for representing us. It was very well done. At the annual dinner of the Santa Barbara County School Boards Association, and not much happens, but our own Mrs. Parker was elected vice president of the Santa Barbara County School Boards Association. Congratulations. I think along with, I left at a decent hour, but I think Mrs. Cordero showed up after me at the karaoke night with the G-Man at the Old Town Tavern. And it was a lot of fun, and I want to thank the Autism Society for inviting us. I went home early.
And what song did you sing?
I did not sing, but but Mrs. Cordero has a cute story about that, though,
Well,
and her husband.
I didn't sing, but I did lead the dance floor in the hustle.
Okay.
Oh, very good.
Okay. And then finally, on May 4th, there is a classroom technology showcase at the Santa Barbara County Education Office from 4:30 to 7:30, where several teachers will be demonstrating how they use technology in the classroom. They were selected from a whole group of people who submitted what they do, and these are the best of the best. So for teachers, especially, to get ideas on how to use technology, it's a good opportunity. C3, announcement of closed session action. Nothing to report on either B1 or B2. We'll talk about B1 later in the agenda. C4, public comments.
Yes,
Ms.
we
Cordero?
have one speaker slip, Kenneth Locke.
My name is Kenneth Locke, here once again. I spoke before the City Council today, and I brought up the whole concept of a community-based wealth. And I mentioned that currently this economic system is not based on that premise, say, because it's capitalism. And actually our educational system is actually geared toward bringing his kids into this capitalist society. But I'm sorry to say that I think we're coming to an age of more of a community-based wealth. And then with this, I've been doing some work with the whole concept of the interdisciplinary education. And so actually educating the kids in all disciplines and actually not making them an artist or a scientist or an athlete, but all things. And actually I've understand there's an intelligence there. And actually in relation to character, there's actually integrity there. So I think it's, I'm hopeful that this age does happen. I think it's going to raise humanity up a notch and understand why we're all here and why we're all together. And I just wanted to pass that along to you. And my name is Kenneth Locke, L-O-C-H, and if you Google that, you'll probably see my work. And also I'm developing a school called the Interdisciplinary School for the 21st Century. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. That concludes public comment.
C5, acceptance of donations.
Move to approve with gratitude.
Second?
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried unanimously. Just looking ahead a little bit, I want to make mention, E2 has been withdrawn on the action agenda, E2. We actually approved that at the last meeting, or previous meeting. On the consent agenda, item D, do we have any to pull for later? Dr. Noel?
You have your pencil ready?
Yes.
D3, 6, 12, comma, 19, 23, and 24.
19, 23, and 24.
Move to approve the remainder?
Yeah, are there any other, I have one, excuse, before you.
Oh, no.
Just on D1, it's the minutes, I just have a question on one of the minutes. Anyone else? Okay,
I'll move to approve the remainder.
Second?
discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We will go to section E, action agenda. E1, approval of career technical education annual state funding application.
This is an annual item. We thought that there might be some board discussion on this, so we put it directly on the action agenda rather than on consent. And making this presentation is Cynthia White, our Director of Curriculum and Categorical Programs. Dr. White?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm very happy to be here to talk to you about the Career Technical Education Program. We had before you last year our 5-year plan, and you're probably wondering about these 5-year plans because we gave you a 5-year plan the year before that and the year before that. So the rules have been changing on us considerably. This is an annual update, and I wanted to point out that our on your agenda item, it says that annually we receive $130,000 in career technical education funding. And I wanted to bring that up front because you're probably noticing that there are fewer programs. When I first started at the district office 5 years ago, we received about $170,000 to $180,000 in career technical ed. We just received, after this went to publication, our allocation for next year, and it's $113,000, not $130,000. So we were able to get the correct revised attachment for you. You'll notice, though, with that small amount of money that we are able to give our students access to courses in 6 of the 15 industry sectors, and this is just down from 9 of the industry sectors. We've strengthened our pathways. Our students have, at minimum, 360 hours, which is 2 full years of coursework. Most of those are leading to certifications, and the requirement now for Perkins funding is that there's a pathway through the City College as well as an option for a 4-year degree and beyond. So we are very proud of our programs, and you may have noticed in the e-news that the electric Porsche project was highlighted in the news press. For Earth Day, that our San Marcos students won the Green Car of the Year award for the electric Porsche project, and that's due not just to the Perkins funding, but the support of the ROP. It also, our automotive programs are dual enrollment, and 55 of our courses are dual enrollment CTE courses, and we're very proud of that, and we appreciate the support from the community on all of our CTE projects. So if you have any questions.
Any questions? Comment from Mrs. Deacon?
Thank you for this. I know there's been a bit of a national debate emerging about how you really define career ready. We talk a lot about college ready and career ready.
Yes.
And I know that that's something that seems to be in a national dialogue, so hopefully we can use this to play right into that. I did have a question about, at Santa Barbara High, we also have the Green Academy, and I know there's a lot of courses at City College in their horticulture program that have potential, I would think, for being dual enrollment courses. And I know, as you know, with the budget cuts right now, it may be difficult to begin new courses, but that's something I'd really like us to look into in the future. So
Yeah,
hopefully there'll be some options.
that program is actually in our 5-year plan. We have a couple of programs that we're looking to expand upon, but again, this is very difficult as we lose $20,000 in funding, you know, in just one fell swoop with an email from the CDE. So I know that most of our funding, though, comes from our community partners, and we really appreciate that. So again, that is in our 5-year plan, and we're looking forward to expanding that pathway. Any other questions?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. White. Do I have a motion? Well, Dr. Noel has a question. Oh, okay, good.
I sort through this and I'm trying to get a feel for who's doing the work, who's delivering the services to students. And I don't see, and I'm just going back over it, I'm looking at my notes and so on, I don't see that we're paying teachers to teach classes.
No, sir. That is a very tiny amount of money, and if we were to use it for salary, it would pay for approximately a teacher and a quarter.
Okay, then let me pursue
So
that.
these are mostly items that we purchase to support the programs. In the past, we've bought things such as a brake machine for the auto program. We are doing this year some professional development. So really, these funds are
Can I finish
supplemental.
with my question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. On the several pages that go by school and course by course, it lists something like 19 courses at Santa Barbara High School, 16 courses at Dos Pueblos High School, and 7 at San Marcos High School, and 11 at Carpinteria. Do we handle CARP also?
That's an attachment that I gave you from the dual enrollment program. So those are our dual enrollment classes. That's a dual enrollment report. So it does cover the South County.
Well, that wasn't clear. So that's because that was my observation. All of these are dual enrollment courses.
Yes, they are.
Are these all counted under the CTE Career Technical Program?
Yes, they are.
Then I have a little trouble understanding what beginning German is doing in there.
That's the dual enrollment report, so I'm not quite sure why that's in there.
Because I don't
I
think
didn't
of
see
that
that.
as career technical.
I didn't see that. That may have been an
I
error.
have two other concerns, because this lists courses both in the Engineering Academy at Dos Pueblos and in the Multimedia Academy at Santa Barbara High School, and it counts them as career technical courses. And I understand that connection, but my concern is that the student body, the students in those programs, tend to be, well, first of all, the demographic composition of them is grossly out of alignment with the demographic composition of the campuses. But secondly, these tend to be academic programs with GATE classes, and they are known as being enclaves of academic excellence. And I understand that career technical education is supposed to include an academic component, but when the program is predominantly academic, I don't know that it is appropriate to count it as a career technical, count the classes as career technical classes.
The academic classes are not supported in those in that pathway. It's the robotics course that's supported for the Engineering Academy, and then the technical classes that are dual enrollment technical classes from the video production classes and the film classes. Those are all career technical education courses in the MAD Academy.
So in sum, this $113,000 is spent to enhance or in some way coordinate courses that are offered by the Regional Occupation Program, by Santa Barbara City College, and I can't see anyone else actually.
Right, and our own career technical education courses.
And
Our own.
those are the ones I couldn't find.
Oh, those courses?
that we fully fund? That was my first question.
I can provide that for you in a board brief. We serve about 2,000 students in our.
Out of that 113,000, we pay the
Actually-
teachers' salaries?
No, we don't. Those are courses that are foundational courses for the pathways. So they're elective courses that we offer as part of graduation
So then
requirements.
my conclusion is correct then, that this money is used to coordinate courses that are paid for in other ways?
Yes, that's
I
correct.
got that right? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Mrs. Parker?
I'd move to approve the Career Technical Education Annual State Funding Application.
Second?
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. E3, approval of revised declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2009-10 school year and approval of resolution number 2009/10-44.
And this is the kind of item that has to be on the open agenda. We have Ann Peak, who is our personnel analyst for certificated personnel out of our personnel department, with us tonight to make this presentation.
Okay. Good evening. The reason I am here is we've had to revise our annual declaration of need. This is a form that you typically see in the fall before the school year starts. There are certain credentials that the Commission on Teacher Credentialing authorizes us to hire based on not having a full credential. Typically, it's for an emergency CLAD certificate. We have teachers out there that have not completed all of their requirements at this time for CLAD, limited assignment permits, things of that nature. This year, we have someone that is working as a librarian at one of our school sites that our understanding was the program that she was in was an intern credential program. It turns out the state does not offer it as an intern credential. So we are asking that you approve the revision of the Declaration of Needs so that we can have her appropriately credentialed under an emergency library permit. And that's one of the few emergency credentials that the state actually issues anymore. Questions?
Mrs. Deegan?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised Declaration of Need for fully qualified educators for the 2009-2010 school year.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. I'm going to skip E4 at this moment and go to E5. Approval of resolutions number 2009/10-45, 2009/10-46, and 2009/10-47, recognizing Santa Barbara School District Employee Appreciation Day, including Day of the Teacher. And I think there are 3 resolutions attached to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. And knowing that the item that you just skipped over, the approval of the petition for Adelante Charter School, is scheduled for 8 o'clock. Thank you for waiting until people who wanted to be here for that item are here. We are very pleased to bring you these resolutions. There are 3 different resolutions. One is honoring Classified School Employee Week. Another is honoring our teachers on the Day of the Teacher. And the third is our General Employee Appreciation Day, and we have them in front of you for your approval tonight.
Well, I think it's always I'm always honored that we are able to honor our employees in this way. So I will move that to approve Resolution 2009/10-45, Employee Appreciation Day, May 6th, 2010.
Second.
I will make a comment for Lane Wheeler. I don't see Lane here, but I know he would want to thank us for honoring the teachers, and he's going to probably be unhappy that we got to it fast. So you can't win. Okay. Anything else, Mrs. Parker?
I'm wondering if you're going to do the other 2 resolutions separately?
I thought that we needed to, but I can
Oh.
do them all at once if that's
I thought I heard all 3.
okay. And I will add to my motion, Resolution 2009/10-46, Day of the Teacher, May 12th, 2010, and Resolution 2009/10-47, Classified School Employee Week, May 16th to 22nd, 2010.
So that is the motion. Okay, second by Dr. Noel. Discussion? Obviously, we appreciate all these employees, and it's great to honor them. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Do you want to do the E6, Dr. Sarvis?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Let me skip ahead to that item. E6 is asking,
Yeah,
oh, go ahead. Go right
Actually, this is one that I don't know for a fact, but maybe special ed people may be coming later, because this isn't scheduled till 9:45, that they may want to have input on.
ahead. Would you like to go back to the consent agenda?
Well, we can do the E7, approval of student discipline.
Certainly.
In case 08/09-28, move to approve the recommended approval of the, I'm sorry, move to uphold the recommended approval of the request to return to the home high school.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
In case 09/10-43, move to approve the stipulated agreement to one school year expulsion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
In case 09/10-X1, move to approve the return of the student to the district, to a district program.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We'll go back to consent, item D1. On the March 23rd meeting, on page 5 of 5, F2, update on special, status of special education, it says, excuse me, I'm sorry, on page 4, E4, approval to hire special education ombudsman communication consultant. It says Tom Guajardo spoke. I don't think Tom was at that meeting. I think Dr. Sarvis spoke on that.
Move to approve with a correction.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D3. Dr. Noel.
It seems like only a couple of weeks ago that the issue was raised with the solicitation of funds for the GATE program from GATE parents, and concerns were expressed about those funds, about the use of those funds. And here, this item is using GATE funds to send.
Which item, Dr. Noel?
Well, it's on the back
Thank you,
page,
sorry.
bottom, next to the bottom row.
Okay.
And this, essentially, GATE funds are being used to send someone for advanced placement training, and then advanced placement is not GATE, and I think there was some concern that there was a lack of clarity, there was ambiguity about the use of those funds. I don't think we should use GATE funds for the support of the advanced placement program.
Do you want me to respond? Because I actually happened to be at the District Advisory Committee, GATE District Advisory Committee meeting when that particular item came up. And it was approved unanimously, and it has, the DAC committee has historically always funded AP course, the professional development and the support for those classes. In fact, those classes receive funding from the DAC committee. I mean, that GATE money goes to support those classes.
Well, you know, Mrs. Sawaski, that I don't necessarily go along with what our committees do, and I just wanted to express my opposition to
That's
this.
great, yeah.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Mrs. Deacon?
While we're on that one, I just had a quick question too. The one right below that is to send a junior high school teacher to an AP Spanish training, and I just thought maybe you could address how that will be put to use.
Actually, there are some initiatives that come out of Texas that have AP Spanish in the junior high schools. And we're really looking at that option and having our, our English learners, a lot of the students that would be in there could be English learners, or, I mean, they're reclassified at this point, but they could get a start on AP and feel confident that they can take AP classes and then move forward into high school taking them.
I'm curious.
Does that mean we're considering offering AP training at the junior high school level?
Not at this moment right now, but that is something that's going on in the country with high success.
But if we're going to spend $1,900 to send someone for training on that, I presume that we're serious about it. I think a lot of people would welcome that.
I think so too.
I'm
We're
ju-
looking at it and trying to train our teachers with that.
I'm just curious above the National Association of School Psychologists in Chicago for 5 days for $392. How do we manage that?
That was, as you see, previously board
Yeah.
approved. That's a revision. That was additional funding that as the reimbursement came back and as the travel costs and all of that came up.
So it's-
that's-
okay.
Yes, it
It
did
was more
cost.
than
It
that.
was,
Okay.
actually, it was $900 total.
That's still good.
Still a
Okay.
bargain.
Yeah,
Do it.
still a bargain.
Mrs. Deacon,
I'm going to make a motion to approve D3.
Second?
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
No, I'm sorry, I voted. Count mine no.
Oh, I thought I heard yes, but okay. 4-1, motion passed. D6, Dr. Noel.
I have long been concerned about the youth service specialists, particularly because I understand the claim that they are there to help at-risk kids. And in the junior high schools, most of those kids happen to be Latinos, many of whom are English learners. And my concern is that I have heard that few youth service specialists speak Spanish. And in fact, I think I read an announcement that one is being hired who speaks Spanish, and that was noteworthy. I would like to see us impose a condition that at least half of these people be fluent in Spanish.
Mrs. Parker?
I would,
I'll make a motion to that effect if that would help.
Mrs. Parker has a comment first.
I would want to have a discussion with CADA first about that, because I assume that that is something that they've always striven for. So I would like to know if it's, would we have to dramatically increase the amount of money that we're putting to the program in order to make that happen? How is it that it just worked out the way it has in the past? So I would prefer to go ahead and approve this memorandum of understanding and have a conversation with them about who we would hope to have hired, and find out what the limitations are and why it hasn't happened in the past.
Well, I'd like to clarify whether, in fact, they are not Spanish speakers, too, because we don't know that based on this necessarily what they're, so I don't see how we could move on this without knowing if they are or not bilingual.
From our past discussions, I believe we only had one person who was. And that's something we have already signaled to them. They say that they will move toward that, but we'd be happy to have further discussions with them.
Well, I'd like to send a stronger signal. Maybe, I'm not sure how to do that or where, but is this something that has to be approved tonight, or could we ask that something be done, talks with them, and see if we could move this along now rather than just kind of putting it on that shelf that has so many things on it?
This is not that time sensitive. The decisions would have to be made by June.
Could that happen, do you think, that we could have discussion, that you could have discussions with them about how we can set some kind of a timeline for improving the Spanish language capacity of those people?
We could move this to the next meeting and have them come and discuss it with us.
Well, I trust staff, and whatever Dr. Sarvis comes back with is fine with me.
So postpone this till, we'll
That would be my preference.
Is the funding source really unrestricted funds, or is it?
It's, I hesitated how to put this. It is pupil retention block grant, but they are unrestricted
Unrestricted,
funds.
you know,
I mean, they come, we're still keeping them in those categories because we want to, if it all goes away, when it goes away, we want to make sure that we have those in place.
Okay.
But in fact, it is,
It is
it's all,
unrestricted.
it's all one and the same
Yeah,
at this
okay.
point.
What is the pleasure of the board? We'll bring it back next meeting. D12, approval of memorandum of agreement between the Santa Barbara School Districts, Santa Barbara County Office of Education, and the City of Santa Barbara. Dr. Noel.
I'm going to move to approve that. I think, as I look at my notes, I think that my concerns were not worthy of the board's extra attention. Sorry for the trouble.
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. D19, approval of new job description for Dean of Students. Dr. Noel.
Yes, I don't quite understand this one. And I do want to I want to get it clear. When we approve a job description, it no longer is a matter of board prerogative to be involved in deciding to hire. If the job description exists, is it then the administration's prerogative to simply say, we're going to hire someone? So, in other words, is approving the description tantamount to approving hiring a new person? In which case, I want some budget talk.
Yeah, it has to be in the budget. Let me give you an example. We may allocate a 60% AP position at a junior high school. And the school may have further needs for any number of things that are listed on this job description, and may agree to fund the remaining 40% so that they have one full-time person. Well, we want to clearly sort out what the district is paying for and what the school is paying for, and not run the risk of gosh, what's the term when you supplanting? That would be it. Of either supplanting or plugging that into our system and not having it be clear that that is the level of district support versus the level of school support. So that's one example of how this might be used and how it might be used very soon. Yes.
I'll finish up in just a second. Given that understanding, the job description itself is rather poorly written, and it doesn't make clear. One can figure out it's for a district level position, but it continually talks about assisting the principal.
Yes.
I don't fully understand that. Well, then, is there one of these for each of the 3 high schools? That's what I don't understand.
No, it is assisting the principal. I mean, this is not
Which principal?
the principal of whichever school it is.
So this person works at all 3 schools?
No. It would be at a school.
What am I hung up on?
It's a generic job description, but whoever is in this role would assist the principal at the school where they were working.
But no school has one at this point.
Right.
And it could be brought in on a site-by-site basis rather than a systemic basis, correct?
Oh, well, that's the intention.
Oh, okay, now that's not clear, and only in the syntax is it clear that the vision is that there will be one at each school to assist the principal at that school. Do I have it now?
No. This is I presume, which, are you talking about, like, which school particularly would be?
Well, Goleta Valley would be a good example of that. Well, we thought that was handled under administrative relationships, under the direction and supervision of the site principal. The dean of students would provide direction and assistance to students and staff to.
But any school could choose to hire someone in this position. It wouldn't necessarily be every school that would do it, just schools that chose to do it that way.
That's right.
If they had a
And
reduced.
if they were using funds that were subject to site council, it would have to come with site council approval. That would have to come forward to you in their single school plan. Yes.
Could I just
Mrs. Deacon.
follow up on one quick question? Is how does this job description differ from a vice principal? How are the duties different?
Which duties are different?
Or is it just the length of the year, the work year?
There is a difference in the length of the work year if it's applied at a high school level. I'm sorry, I can't tell you which. However, I do know that we do have one junior high right now that would like to invoke this so that we could offer a position to a person on a full-time basis.
Mrs. Gutierrez?
Yes.
I'm sorry. My concern was just that not knowing what the salary range would be, it was hard for me to determine whether I thought this was an appropriate job description or not. Because at a certain level of pay, I would consider it probably appropriate, but depending on what we wanted to do, there would be, for example, if we thought that this job required a fairly high rate of pay, I might be tempted to delete some of the responsibilities and lower the range a little bit rather than adding another
Good.
fairly sizable salary to our
I think I can answer that.
Okay.
Our discussion has been around pegging this to the same level as a junior high assistant principal.
So would this position replace junior high APs, or would a junior high be likely to have an AP and a dean?
They would be likely to have a 60% AP and a 40% dean
Okay.
for one person. Yes,
But the pay would be the same.
yes.
I'm struggling with why we need it then.
So that we can clearly sort out those functions that are provided
So
by
it's just
the,
really trying to give it like a different code number essentially in the system so that
Yes.
it's easy to
Yes.
direct site funds one way and district funds another?
yes.
Okay, that helps me. But if we're doing that, we might want to have a different range for a dean of students junior high, dean of students high school.
We'd be happy to consider that. I mean, our discussion has been around pegging it at a junior high AP level with this number of days. And if there are more days required at a high school level, then of course there'd be a per diem increase that would be based at that same salary level.
Okay.
Same question about language. Seems to me that this position, at least at some of our schools, one would like to see some bilingual skills.
And I believe that
Does
that's.
it say that in there? If I missed it,
Well-
I withdraw my point, but I didn't see it.
If that is not in here, then it should be.
Can we bring this one back in 2 weeks
Yes, we can bring it back.
with a little bit more detail? And a little bit description between the difference between assistant principal and the dean of students?
Okay.
Sounds like there really isn't a difference.
I know,
between the
yeah.
two.
So is that okay?
Mhm.
And I'm curious why it says Chris Robinson, PhD, Director of Personnel.
Because this was originated by Chris Robertson, who has been serving as our Director of Personnel
Still?
on a part-time basis. She does come in and work with us on, this was one of the cleanup tasks that she was assigned with.
Okay. We'll come back. Dr. Noel, D23.
23. Okay, wait a minute, sorry. I simply want to note that if you add the column of settlement agreements, the cost of settlement agreements in special education on this purchase order, it's $247,361. And that's something I think that we're all deeply concerned about. The number rather took me aback. And it underlines the importance of the work that we're doing to try to put the special education house in order. We should not be in a position where we are having to reach legal settlements that cost that kind of money, and I think this does not include what we pay our own attorneys. That's all I wanted to say about that.
Move to approve?
Second?
Under discussion is, the good news is, we are way under on legal fees. So that is good news. And I had a report today, but maybe we'll share, maybe that could be shared with the board later on.
We'll get that to the board.
Any discussion? Moved by Cordero, seconded by Parker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. President, if 24 was pulled at my request, it was a complete error. I never pulled the warrant register.
It was, so
Move to approve?
I move to approve. Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. I think that covers those, and we are now at 8:02. We can move back to E4, petition for approval of Atalante Charter School staff report and possible board action. And if you have speaker slips who are going to speak on this issue, can you make sure they get in pretty quickly, because we will be cutting off public comment pretty soon. Board, the way I'd like to handle this, and I hope it's with your approval or okay, is I'd like our staff to give a report to the degree they want to report on what their recommendations are, what the process is, you know, how they feel about the issue. And then I would like Adelante to take the time they need to respond to the report, present their ideas on it, their recommendations, their alternatives, then have public comment, or maybe the administration may want to have some comments on that, then public comment, and then it'll come back to the board. And we probably, we probably will take a break somewhere during this process, because I'm sure it's going to go till, well, I'm sure it's going to go. And we'll probably take a break at some point, so be aware of that. Dr. Sarvis.
Board, I'd like to call your attention to one final revision, I hope, on the resolution and the attachment, the conditions, Exhibit 1. That should be on the dais. It should also be on the side table. And we've forwarded it to the petitioners. Tonight we're presenting the staff and legal review of the Adelante Charter School petition with recommendations directly to the board. Before I highlight elements of the review and elements that we think are important as conditions for approval, the overall recommendation is that the board grant conditional approval to the charter for a 4-year term. A 4-year term would provide 3 years of data, and now that first year may be a baseline year. It would provide 2 additional years of data, and as you saw in the charter petition, if there was failure to make AYP after the second year, it would also trigger a consultant or reviewer coming into the school before that final year, when the board would have to make a decision about the future of the school and renewal of that charter. Coming to you tonight is an action item, and it was placed on the action agenda driven by 2 factors. One was a resolution passed by this board in December that called for working collaboratively with the school, that invited the school to bring forward a new petition. And secondly, we have talked in our recent meetings about a timeline crunch, which has been highlighted, and getting the approval of the State Board of Education for the school and new numbers, if indeed there are new numbers coming. There certainly would be a new charter school number. There is some question about whether there would be a new CDS code, and rather than decide what the state is going to do, all I can say is that the information we have to date is that a new CDS code would not be assigned to the school. It would be the same CDS code. The school's been in conversations with the state as well. we don't really have the final answer to that. This review is different from the process that our district would normally undertake, and it is different because of the resolution that was passed by this board in December that in fact invited the community to come forward with the charter petition and pledged ourselves to working collaboratively with that community to make sure that it would be a successful program and successfully implemented. I appreciate the petitioner's willingness to work with us, and this has been an interesting process. You know, in retrospect, here we've had a discussion about, in fact, not even having enough meetings and enough back and forth, but there have been a number of steps undertaken in this process that I think have been very useful. The petitioners came to the staff early on. We walked through the first draft of the petition of the charter, and when I refer to petition, I mean the charter itself. And the ideas were accepted. A number of changes were made. Not all of the ideas were accepted, but a number of changes were made. The petitioners then brought a draft to the board. The board had a discussion of that. What the board saw when that draft came back as the actual petition, as the actual charter proposal, was a very different charter from the one that petitioners brought to you previously. And you will recall that that earlier version pretty much paralleled what you saw in the Cesar Chavez Charter School petition, but the new one that came forward was very much a new school. It was an Adelante charter school. It had a number of very new elements to it, and it really signaled the petitioner's willingness to make this a new school and make this a new start, rather than simply revisiting the old school and continuing the old school. Well, we've had a number of other steps in the process. In fact, I just met with the petitioners again tonight. We have a meeting scheduled tomorrow because we want to continue this process. And what I'm bringing forward to you tonight is really an attempt to move this along in the most expeditious way that I know how. But I will tell you that as it stands, the charter petition that you looked at a number of weeks ago and that you had the hearing on really does not provide enough information in the view of staff to decide whether the program would be a sound educational program or whether it would be likely to succeed. There are a number of critical elements that would need to be included in that petition. Now, we've identified some 52 conditions. Frankly, some of those conditions are less important than others. I would like to highlight those that I think are most important because I think they're most critical to this process. And I understand that the petitioners have already knocked off some 75% of those and have simply included that language. The approval of a charter in this case is also a little bit different because we also have, in this case, the scrutiny of the state in looking at their list of underachieving or lowest achieving schools and deciding how to go about working with those schools. And the state has not developed all of their rules about this. The school has signaled in their transformation model that they are willing to undertake those steps to bring this new charter petition forward. And in that light, we thought that a number of these things that we had recommended were things that would help to tighten the language of the petition, which would actually help the charter school. So there was no intent here to overwhelm the school with 52 items. In fact, they knocked off many of them in short order, I see. And we have a number of documents that have come to us just tonight. I have not had time to look at that. I know that none of you have had time to look at that. but the petitioners are here and they're willing to speak to those. I would like to speak to some of the review and conditions that we highlighted in these documents. I think there are four critical elements here. As I said, a number of these are fairly minor. A number of these will be handled in the MOU. I know board members wanted information on how they would be handled in the MOU, but there are four major areas here. The first area is in curriculum and instruction, and that's a description of the instructional program. There should be a flow between the outcomes and a well-developed, well-defined program to reach those outcomes, and materials, and training, and assessment of those outcomes. We should see that flow throughout. So if there are outcomes defined, and some of those were fairly vague, we identified some of them just as an example, there should be a way to get to those so that in the end we know that on day one, and when the school opens its doors, it would have that program in place, have the materials there ready to go, would have some training schedule so that the people delivering the program would know how best to deliver that program, would have measurements in place so that by the end of that year, and hopefully with benchmarks along the way, the school would know that they have in fact met those outcomes or not. So that's the primary element, and that's really the largest need here. There's very little information in the document that we've all seen about what the program is. For example, in language arts, it says that Houghton Mifflin will be used in language arts. There was some confusion about whether we would have the materials. That one's actually a little clearer than the others. In math, it said a state-adopted program would be used. It didn't say which state-adopted program. That needs to be decided, and we think that needs to be decided by July because the school needs to be ready to open its doors. They need to have materials here in place. They need to have their training schedule defined so that their teachers can go through that training, be delivering that program. They have a provision for developing summative evaluations and benchmarks. We think that needs to be very frequent so that they know that they're making that progress, and so forth. Well, those are not the only two subject areas. There are a number of other outcomes that are listed in the document, and I understand just in passing that some of those have actually been moved from outcomes, so we would have to take a look at that. The second area is the whole area of accountability. We've had quite a bit of discussion and presentation on the theoretical model, on this being a dual language immersion model, on this being a 90-10 model, on the benefits of language immersion. There has been research shown on that, but some of the elements that should be in place regardless of the theoretical model, regardless of whether it's a core knowledge model or some other model, and some of the elements that have been shown to be highly effective in schools that are recovering schools, schools that are now making great test gains, schools that were program improvement schools that are no longer program improvement schools, are elements around instructional effectiveness. First of all, a clear eye on what students are learning. We used to define that as effective teaching and what teachers are doing, how the teachers set up lessons, what objectives they're teaching to, what standards they're teaching to, identifying why this is important, their instructional delivery, students being on task and involved, engaged in that instruction, of an appropriate back and forth so that teachers during the lesson delivery know that students are learning that, know that all of the students are learning that, not just the few hands that are going up. even asking those typical outliers who might not be getting it so that you can go back, reteach right at the time, and see that your students are actually engaged in the process and learning. We now talk about it more in terms of what students are doing and what students are learning. So we don't systematically apply just the effective elements of instruction and watch the teacher. We more watch the student and see what the student is getting out of the instruction. But that should show on a daily basis in regular classroom instruction. It should also show in the formative evaluations. We see schools that are making tremendous progress, that are focused on assessment, that are gathering data all the time on what students are learning and seeing that the students are making that progress, deciding what to do on a systematic basis when students are not learning the material. And there are a lot of programs, you know, historically, education has not been very good at this. Historically, many of us in this profession have gone along, and if students were not staying on pace, we're not keeping abreast, we're not showing that progress, we would simply grade the students, give them a lower grade, and move right on. That in this day and age is inexcusable. We're working with that in our programs. This school is taking that on, I know, in my discussions with them, and that kind of thing needs to be described right here in this document. So those elements of accountability that also include the amount of instructional time. You know, one of the things that we typically do, since we know that all students do not learn at the same level and all students don't learn in standard 50-minute units or whatever the amount of time is, some students need more time, is that we add instructional time. We may add instructional time for certain students as we, on an ongoing basis, identify what they need. We may add time to the entire school, and this is a huge advantage of a charter school. They have the advantage of doing this. I'm not saying that this school must have a longer instructional day. I'm saying it's a tremendous opportunity, and they should certainly define what the instructional day is so that we know how much learning time students have. We should also know how much learning time students have in the different subject areas. In English language arts, there is an amount of time specified. We don't see those amounts of times in the other subject areas. We should know, and the school should describe, what a kindergartner's day looks like, what a first grader's day looks like, what a second grader's day looks like. They should have those instructional schedules. They should have the pacing guides so that we know about the delivery of instruction and have that assurance that students are going to be given a full program. And it really ends with an evaluation process, a very clear evaluation process, so that people are held accountable as teachers and instructional leaders at the school for the delivery of instruction, for student learning. So that's the second element. It's really the element of, or a group of elements around accountability, and those elements that, regardless of a theoretical construct, would be relied upon at any school to really make an improvement in student achievement. The third element is the budget, and there's been a lot of back and forth on this. I saw a document came through earlier today, and I am sorry I have not had any time to look at that. Board members, you may have seen that, but there were a number of elements in the initial budget that were contingent upon certain levels of funding. And what we need to know from the school, and this is very important to the potential for the student, for the school to be successfully implemented, is whether the school can make its budget, whether it will have cash flow, whether if new school startup money does not come through, whether it can still make its budget, whether if some of the elements come through or do not come through, whether it can adjust and make its budget. And we would not want the school to fail early on because it had budget difficulties that we didn't foresee and that we didn't exercise oversight thereof. And finally, the governance structure. We wanted the school to be very clear about its governance, that it had an effective governance structure. We made a number of suggestions there. And, you know, beyond that, all of the other elements are really much more minor. Now, some of those other elements are things that the board has asked about directly. Just as an example, we don't think we can leave to just an MOU in special education the issue of whether the district is held accountable for excess special education costs. We think the school ought to bear that responsibility. But board, that will be your discussion and your decision. There are some other elements. We believe that, for instance, if the school does not make 2 years growth in AYP and a consultant is brought in, we believe the district should decide who that consultant is. We believe if we had language that simply said that would be decided jointly, that we probably would not have had the consultant that we brought in this last go around, and that would be a problem for us. So even though those other elements are much more minor in terms of whether this is going to be a successful program, a sound educational program, or whether it will be successfully implemented, and those are the two key points, we still think that some of those are important. I understand that the petitioners have already inserted many of these changes, and I'll leave it to them to describe those changes. We will continue to work with them. We'll be meeting with them tomorrow morning, I hope. We'll hear from you, petitioners, on whether that's a go or not. I would also like to introduce to the board Melanie Peterson, who is legal counsel from Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost. Melanie is here. Melanie has worked on this document. Of course, Craig Price, our general legal consultant, is here as well. And with that, I won't go through each of these items and the particulars about these items, but we can address any of your questions about these, why we are suggesting these, and what we think ought to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. I'd like to now ask Adelante to come up and make their presentation. Who's going to be, okay, Michael?
Hello, good evening. We wanted to start by reflecting on the question that's been driving our discussions and also has been posed by the board. How are the founders of Adelante Charter School demonstrably likely to succeed in raising the academic achievement of the children in their community? And more specifically, what were the errors in program design and implementation that prevented students at Cesar Chavez Charter School from achieving at higher levels? By clearly understanding what these issues were, the founders have created clear methods to ensure that the new school is not at risk of making the same mistakes. This essay does not address the assets and successes of the previous school, as those are not relevant here. Here's a list of some of the problems we've identified from the old school and their solutions. 1, insufficient focus on achievement. Problem, there wasn't a focus on student achievement. Somehow there was a belief that because the kids were in a dual immersion program, there was a long arc and it would work out by 6th grade. That was a fallacy. Solution, students, staff, administration, and community will be aligned with an explicit expectation of academic excellence to cultivate a culture of achievement. 2, lack of consistent assessment. Problem, teachers developed formative assessments in grade level teams or individually and did not coordinate these across grade levels or with administration to a large degree. Solution, school-wide assessment practices are articulated in the charter under measurable student outcomes. Teachers will immediately begin work with the principal to establish a culture of rigorous assessment data analysis in professional learning communities to highlight best practices and ensure that they are reinforced and strengthened. Our new principal comes with a strong leadership background in the area of using data analysis to inform and improve instruction. 3, inadequate English language development. Problem: many English learners, ELs, received inconsistent and insufficient ELD. Because a small group of English-speaking ELs was grouped with English-only students upon entry, they received Spanish language development instead of a solid block of ELD for the first 4 years and were therefore denied access to mandated services. Teachers sought to provide ELD during English language arts and other content areas, but implementation was inconsistent across grade levels for this group and not well monitored. Solution: in the new school, all ELs will receive a solid, uninterrupted block of ELD every day. Professional development in ELD will occur within the first month of school. Each English learner's growth will be carefully tracked to ensure steady growth toward expected benchmarks. The strand of students who have not received comparable EL services will be identified and given direct interventions and support. 4, poor model implementation. Problem: the teachers had poor training in and adherence to the two-way immersion model. According to a broad range of criteria, the program did not comply with the tenets of the model itself. Solution: language arts instruction is built around best instructional practices and includes training with TWI implementation consultants beginning this Saturday and a requirement for ongoing professional development in this core area, which will lead to high fidelity to the model. 5, gaps in instructional alignment and school culture. Problem: teachers did not work across grades or consistently in teams to document the scope and sequence of instruction for core areas such as language arts and mathematics. A decentralized hands-off approach led to grave inconsistencies resulting in poor long-term support of student learning. Inconsistent expectations for academic performance and behavioral norms led to further disruption of a stable and enriching environment. Solution: teachers will collaborate with a directed focus to ensure that the scope and sequence of texts and programs that the school adopts will systematically support the learning of each student as they progress across each grade level. Consistent monitored adherence to quality text and programs itself ensures a high degree of scaffolded student development. 7, segregation. Problem: students were partially segregated for language arts instruction by language dominance. One of the main benefits of structural definitions of the two-way immersion is that both English-speaking and Spanish-speaking students are learning from their peers with stronger language skills in the target language. Solution: the 90-10 model ensures that students are alongside each other throughout the day and will be each other's language models and students in the acquisition of both languages. 8, proficient use of academic language. Problem: rather than establishing a solid foundation in either Spanish or English with high academic language, students performed low on state tests in both languages. Academic language has been strongly correlated to low test performance, as it can be an obstacle to understanding what the questions are asking, even though students have content knowledge. Solution: professional development in best practices for language arts instruction, facilitated by the school's principal, is a priority for the first trimester. Specific agreements on formative assessments that are aligned to proficient academic language use are planned on a timeline to be finalized this summer. 9, gaps in the curriculum and alignment. Problem: teachers lacked sufficient materials with which to carry out instruction. Solution: teachers will be provided with sufficient state-adopted materials and will report to the board of directors regularly to ensure that all curriculum needs are met and current. Conclusion: the mission of the school is driven by a wish for the high achievement and success of all students, and the belief that through a rigorous program and high expectations, we can also help to close the achievement gap between Latino and Anglo students, and enable English language learners to demonstrate academic performance at the elementary, junior high, high school, and university levels. If we could not accomplish this, we would not wish to create the school at all. Adelante Charter School has presented the district with a sound educational plan and are very likely to achieve success. Please fulfill your duty to the community of Santa Barbara and grant this school authority to carry out its mission. With a recognition of the strength of what has been presented and the capability of new leadership to implement it, I ask you to give your wholehearted support.
Holly Gill.
Hi. Lee's not here right now, so we're splitting this up between 5 different people.
I'd like to comment. I did have an email from Lee, and she's in Indianapolis,
Uh-huh.
and this is a long-term thing for her, and she apologized for not being here, but she's very confident that the rest of you will carry this on tremendously.
Thank you. We just wanted to make sure that you received all the documents that were sent out today, and if you needed copies of any of them.
Are you going to refer to them now, so
Yes.
that we should have them?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Is it color coded? Good. Yeah. Good.
I've got mine here
I couldn't read it.
and here. Let me have a set. Just let me just have it. Might as well. Okay, Holly,
Okay.
can you give us a brief outline of, I appreciate Michael because I think he responded to, what the board was looking for from the last meeting, so I
Right.
appreciate that very much. Can you give us an outline of what you're going to cover and in what order?
I'll be introducing our interim board and talking about just our desire for approval tonight and why I believe that we meet those requirements.
Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Holly Gill. For those of you that don't know me, I think most of you here know me. And I will be serving on the interim board for Adelante School. I'm one of the founders of the school. And I just wanted to take this time really quickly to introduce our other interim board members. And we have Alejandra Luna right here, and Mary Doctor, Esteban Ortiz, and then Marisela Marquez is very sick this evening and not able to be here, but she is one of our members as well. And right now we're working on developing our board, the permanent board, and we've come up with criteria and are looking for certain skill sets and qualifications to meet the needs of our board. And we hope to have our board in place by the end of June, the permanent board, to move forward. Yes?
This might be an appropriate time, if I may ask, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Board of what? Is it?
For Adelante. We're
No,
not
but
doing anything at this point because
My
we're...
question is whether or not you are, have corporate status or where you stand on that.
Well, until the charter's approved, we can't do anything, but we do have corporate status.
So it's basically the board is a group of people.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And
You
we're
said-
serving as the interim board and developing the permanent board.
And you said you do have corporate status?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
You do have
You
corporate.
do have it, Dr. Noel?
Yes.
I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
So first, I want to just thank the district and all the people that have been working so hard on this charter, and thank you for getting us to this point. But our purpose tonight is to approve the charter, and so we want to get to work on that. As a school board, you're asked to approve the petition unless we've failed to meet one of the 5 criteria, and you are well versed in that. So really tonight, the question here is whether we've presented an unsound educational program or if the petitioners are unlikely to succeed. So if you can prove either one of those, then we would be denied. But we really believe that it is a sound program and that we are very highly likely to succeed. So this leads us to the staff report with 52 conditions. And if I were a board member sitting and looking at that, I would be very concerned, and as I imagine most of you are. And I'll tell you that we were very surprised getting something with that many conditions on it after all the time that had gone back and forth. But honestly, I can say that I appreciate the rigor that went into that. It's very specific, very detailed, and those are things that need to be in place in order for Adelante to be successful. Those are things that many of them we already had in place and already planned to do that we didn't believe necessarily needed to be in the charter, the actual document. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't a surprise to us that these things were on the list as far as things to make a school successful. But as far as needing to be in the charter, that was a surprise to us. We have been working around the clock. The incredible group of people here that have been dedicated over this last 7 months. And ever since we got the changes that needed to be made on Friday night, we've been working and addressing those. And that is the document that you guys have there that has, we call it the stoplight document. It's all different colors there. And basically the things that are in green, as Dr. Sarvis stated, a lot of them were very easy to address, and we were able to go in, make the changes. And the items in yellow are items that we believe could fit very easily in an MOU and not necessarily need to be in a charter. A lot of the thinking behind that was if there are policies and things like that, they can change over time, and if we change anything and it's in the charter, we have to come back and amend the charter. And so we were given advice to keep the charter as general as possible so that you don't run into those kind of problems. And then you can have more specificity in the MOU or in the single plan for student achievement, things like that, that will be updated a lot easier. So anyway, I'll continue on with that. But a lot of these issues, as I said, have been addressed. And I just want to show this spirit of willingness, collaboration, willingness to work with the district, and wanting to really present you with the most sound document as possible. There were a couple of issues where we had met with the district, got information, we put that information into the charter, specifically legal language, put that into the charter, and then it came back, no, we don't want you to do this, which was exactly what we had been told to do. And my understanding is that it's two different lawyers looking at it and just different viewpoint. And so I think that's something that can be fairly easily resolved. So it wasn't something that, oh, what are you thinking putting this in there? It was something that we had already addressed, and we felt that we had followed your recommendation in that. There has been an issue raised as to whether or not we will be able to be successful and whether or not we have what it takes to be successful. And this idea of our instructional program and how that's going to be delivered has been brought up. And as I said, we were advised that the charter was to be general. And in looking at the other charters here in Santa Barbara, they are not nearly as detailed as ours. Some of them don't even include the specific areas of instruction. And so ours include that. We put in the Houghton Mifflin for language arts, but that was after talking with Brian and Robin, and we decided that they really wanted to see which program we were using. That does lock us into that, and we'll have to amend that if we change that. And so we didn't put in all those specific names for the curriculum because it would have to amend the charter if we change that. So that's something we are more than willing to present to you and that we'll work with you on. It's just not in the charter for that reason. So anyway, that brings me to the issue of approval. And we're asking tonight that you approve the charter without condition. We just believe that by sending it off with condition, we're in no different place than we are right now. And I know that Brian has pledged his support to us, that he's willing to work with us, that we can resolve these things in time, but I just believe that if it goes off to the state with that condition, we have no assurance for our families, for our teachers, that this school will for sure be here. And I just would like to take a minute to show you who it is that is affected by this. And so I know there are a lot of kids here, and we're going to actually ask them and their parents to go home because we have testing going on, and it's really not appropriate to have kids here late at night. But I would just like to take a minute to have, I know there are a lot of kids out here in the back, and there are a lot of people here right now that you guys are not even able to see. And they have really been through a lot this year and been to a lot of meetings and a lot of uncertainty and stress. And so that's really the point I want to drive home is we do have a sound program, and we are highly likely to be successful. And these families need to move on, and we need to move on and get going with getting the school started and grant writing and enrollment and recruiting teachers. All of the teachers from Cesar Chavez have been pink slipped. They have no guarantee of a job. So we need to get moving on this. So just really quickly, if there are any children in the back or over here, if you want to just show your faces before you guys go home, I just would like the board members to see these families that are here and who is affected by this. And one of the biggest strengths I feel that we have right now is in our instructional leader. And she is going to lead the school, and she has a lot of experience in instructional practices. And she's already gotten started at Cesar Chavez, and she's ready to start ground zero and make sure that these instructional practices are in place and that everybody is on board. And I just wanted to point to the fact that we have also reached out to the Carpinteria district. At Aliso School in particular, they're using the GLAD program, which we want to use, and they've offered for us to participate in their professional development. They have 3 teachers that are trainers there in the district, and so that's something that's already in place. We're planning on starting that in May if we can have an approval and start to hire teachers and get those teachers involved in the professional development. That's something that can be continued over the summer, and our hope is to have our own trainers at Adelante. So I don't want this to feel like I'm using these kids. I just want you to see that these are the faces of the families and the kids that are affected by this decision, and they need to know if they're going to have a school or not. So I'm going to pass it off here to Juanita, and she can talk a little bit about herself and her qualifications. And I think you'll see for yourself that that we do have these things in
Mrs.
place.
Gill, are you going to tell us on this, on your copy of this document, which ones you just absolutely can't live with?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to personally, but we're going to have our attorney speak to that.
Thank you.
And I think you'll find that even those things that we just can't live with, they're not something that we can't negotiate.
Thank you.
That I think we can come to a mutually agreed upon solution.
Do you guys have testing to come up? You got to go home and go do testing and get ready for testing?
Day 2 of math tomorrow, right?
Okay, well, do your best, okay?
Sleep well.
Thank you very much.
Sleep well, eat breakfast.
So if you want to go home, go ahead, okay? Take your parents with you.
Good night, kids. In the documents you have tonight, you'll find a draft of a curriculum plan, and it will be revised. As you know, we will have Rosa Molina working with us on Saturday, and so we're moving to implementing a 90-10 model. So if you look at kindergarten and first grade, those will probably be both 90-10, so that we can transition students properly. And it will change. It is a draft, and we will use her expertise to further develop the curriculum plan. So that gives you an idea of the instructional minutes and how we're fitting in all of the content areas. And then we also have a draft of a school calendar, and we will most certainly consider how we can extend the school day for our students. We know summer has a big impact on children, so we will consider that once the charter is approved and we have our board up and running and they can look at that. But you can see basically we follow the district calendar because we know parents have children in other schools, and so we need to keep their calendars in mind. I had a little spiel, I'll call it prepared, but I took notes as Dr. Sarvis was speaking, and all I can say is yes, 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 and yes. I come from a background where I've had the opportunity to really learn how to use data to drive instruction. I come from a place of where accountability is key, especially when looking at the delivery of instruction. And I've been trained in the effective elements of instruction, and I've already been sharing that with teachers, and when I do classroom observations, let them know what I see, tell them what's a strength and how they can refine it. Dr. Sarvis talked about objectives. We worked the other day to develop content and language objectives and to get those posted in the classrooms and how to use that with children, how to target our teaching, stay on track. It's easy to bird walk when you're with a group of kids. Definitely, we're going to look at lesson design, always including the standards. Yes, big is student engagement. So often, we will see in classrooms that the children who raise their hand are the ones who participate. So there are lots of strategies to engage kids in the learning. I've talked to the staff about monitoring and adjusting, really looking at, as Dr. Sarvis also said, looking at what kids are doing. So when I go into classrooms, yes, I'm looking at teachers, but I'm really looking at what are children doing, and encouraging teachers that if something is going wrong, you stop what you're doing, tell the kids you need a couple of minutes, you make those adjustments and you go on. And we also talked just the other day about specific and immediate feedback and what an impact that has on student achievement. And assessment. So really informal assessment. Dr. Sarvis asked, how often does it happen? Well, it really happens all the time. Teachers are up monitoring the instruction, the learning, and know what kids can and cannot do. And adelante, we will base our work on the questions that come out of professional learning communities, where we ask, what do we want students to learn? How do we know they've learned it? What will we do when they haven't learned it? And really, adding the fourth question, what will we do when they already know it? So in terms of the instructional program, my goal, my vision, and I can't wait to get started, is to just lay it all out really for the first year. Focus on reading language arts in English and Spanish, deciding what materials do we already have at the school, what do we need to purchase, and we have in the charter, yes, Houghton Mifflin, training staff in using effective instructional strategies, so choosing maybe 5 that we're going to start with. Again, putting in the piece on assessment. Another area of focus will be English language development, and as Holly talked about, we're going to work with Carpinteria and the GLAD program. Also include the work of Susanna Dutro, and I know that the district also has that piece. She's a former colleague of mine. Back in the day when we were teachers in the district I was in, she wrote a publication called The Bridge when we were doing transitional bilingual programs. So I'm familiar with her work. And also really looking at mathematics and targeting those essential standards and making sure we have the resources to support that. And in the charter, there's a full implementation of context for learning. In terms of training, again, we'll focus on the quality model for two-way immersion, reading language arts, math, and I love instruction. That's how I was raised, was to look at instruction. And I want to tell you that on last Thursday with the staff, we were able to delve into instruction, and we had a blast. We established norms for meetings, and so I'm there. I think it's my 37th day at the school. And what else can I do except look at instruction? So I hope that my little presentation here has addressed your concerns about being able to make the changes to provide kids an instructional program that will ensure student achievement. And I will just add, because Dr. Sarvis talked about, so how are we really going to serve kids and support them and increase the AYP and those test scores? And it's really easy, and I know that sounds maybe flippant, but it's not. It's really easy. We know what to do. We look at the data. We decide what we're going to do. We try it out. If it works, we keep doing it. If it doesn't work, we come up with something else. And then we look at kids individually. How can we increase their learning? And those who aren't making it, what are we going to do especially for them? What's the intervention that we're going to use? Any questions?
And who's next, Holly? Oh, Dr. Noel?
You said questions, right?
Okay.
I would be interested in hearing you talk a little bit about high expectations.
Well, this is what I know.
Let me finish my
Okay.
question. Particularly.
tell you.
Well,
Okay, I'm
I
sorry,
understand.
Dr. Noel.
I understand, but I want to try to structure it in
Okay.
a way that I'll understand it. It's easy to say high expectations. It's the holy grail. Everybody understands that they're essential, but it's another thing to operationalize them in very concrete, specific terms. And that's the question I'm asking. What are your plans with regard to operationalizing high expectations in the school?
High expectations for me is everything, because our belief systems are going to impact how kids do in our schools. So in order to address that in a school, I would start with asking the staff, what does it look like to them? How would they define high expectations? And then we would go to the research. What does the research say about what high expectations means? Then we can develop a plan. What are the things that we do on a daily basis that show our kids that we have high expectations? Most importantly, we have to have high expectations of ourselves. We have regular attendance, we're there on time, we stay after school, we do whatever it takes to make sure that kids achieve. We don't go home when that bell rings. We come on Saturdays if that's what we need to do. We take advantage of professional development. So we set high expectations for ourselves, define those for kids, and come up with a plan.
Would some schools, some charter schools that have been very successful, operationalize high expectations in all the ways you talk about, but also have a minimum set of expectations, and failure to achieve the minimum has consequences? In Chula Vista Learning Center Charter, which I believe is cited as a model, for example,
Yes.
has a provision that if a student's academic performance gets too low, the parents will be asked to sign a contract committing to raise that performance. And then about 2 paragraphs down it says, and if the parents don't abide by that contract, the student will not be invited back next year. That is a pretty strong statement of expectations.
Well, Dr.
Is that
Noel.
too strong for you, or is that?
No. What I'd like to say is that I've been in education for many years, and my belief system is that it is ultimately our responsibility to make sure that kids are learning and successful in school. Too often I see that we want to pass them on to someone else and somewhere else, and really they are our responsibility. And if we have a situation like that, I would say that our plan would be is to really work to involve the parent and give the parent relevant information that they can, what they really need to do at home to be able to help the student. First and foremost, it's our responsibility to do what we need to do. And if it's not working, then we can work with the parent. So I'd like to see us doing some parent involvement in terms of specifically what can a parent do. Usually we tell them, read with your child, have a quiet place to do homework, but I'm not sure that's enough. So I would like to really have conversations with parents to find out what do they really need from us so that their kids are successful. In terms of deciding what
Noel?
that policy will be, that will be a decision that we have as a staff and also with the board.
I appreciate this. I'd like to get back to the 52 conditions and focus on the charter as to what in the charter we need to deal with at this point. So who, Holly, is?
Well, Mr. President, I mean, this has a lot to do with my sense of whether I want to support this charter. I don't quite understand why I can't ask these questions.
Because, as I laid out at the beginning, I want Adelante to give us their program, and then it'll come back to us for our questions of them. But I'd like to do it. I'd like to get their entire feel for what their program is.
She asked if there are any questions.
I know, that was her mistake.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. I'd like to have them give their presentation so we know what's in front of us.
Okay.
We can then ask as many questions as we want, but I think in fairness to them, let's have them tell us. I'm still waiting to find out what in these conditions of approval are the stumbling blocks. Nancy?
Hi. Well, actually, I wanted to kind of just sit in the back row tonight and just wait for your questions to come later, but since Dr. Sarvis brought the budget up, I feel like I probably should just give you some information of where we're at so that you guys can make decisions based on that. In the conditional, the 52 conditions, there are items that address the budget. And what we did is, in the packet that you got, the green light, red light, yellow light packet, there's a lot of the budget items I've addressed in that packet, and then I also added an addendum, which I sent to Meg Jate last week, a revised budget for Adelante that included a 3-year forecast for without the startup grant. And I think you guys all got that today, or it's in the packet. It's now a 6-column.
This is your Adelante
Yeah, and it's
alternate
now-
budget narrative.
Right. And there's a narrative, and then there's the actual budget. And in the narrative, there's an addendum to the original narrative that outlines the questions that were raised by the staff in the staff report.
So you're
Okay,
talking.
so there's actually 3 items I'd just like to kind of go over that's in the narrative.
Can you do those 3 items, the grants,
Okay.
public donations, and arts program?
Yeah,
'cause
because
those were
those are
specific.
important things. Well, first of all, actually, before this is the public startup grant issue, and that is the $600,000 loan that is available to new charter schools. When I first started this journey with this group, I made several phone calls to the CDE and was told that 98% of the applications are approved. And that was probably, maybe a few months ago. The deadline for the last grant cycle did end in March, and I know that the federal government and the state are working right now to start the new grant cycle in July, and that the applications will be available at that time. At that time, we'll apply for the grant, and I think there's like a 2-week turnaround before you're notified whether or not you're awarded the grant. It's been really hard to know whether or not we're going to get that or not at this point now, like a couple months later, because other issues have come up with the CDS code and whether or not, are we an old school transforming into a new school, or are we a new school? We've done everything in our power, other than shut down for a whole year and then reopen, to make ourselves new. I mean, we have a new corporation, we're getting our own new 501c3, we have a new board, we have a new principal, we're going to probably have new teachers and new staff. The only thing that is old about us is going to probably be the students and the facilities. So with that unknown area, we just felt like we needed to just make sure that we were fiscally strong if we didn't get that grant. And what I included in this was the $200,000 that we could get from Cesar Chavez that can be donated, and I have documentation in our charter that is a legitimate donation because we will be a 501c3, and we will donate the $200,000 and also apply for, the state has a $250,000 revolving loan, which we would use primarily just for cash flow for the first 3 years. And then that's repaid back after the first year. And you'll see all that in the revised alternate budget. So that's that part. And that's like a lot of unknown issues. We're hoping to know as soon as possible whether we can count on that money. We're not going to spend any of that money until we're sure we got it. I think this whole group, through historically, I've been working with this group for almost 10 years, and we have been really fiscally responsible. The new board, and I know the new bylaws include having their staff accountant at their meetings so that information is presented to them monthly. So there's budget to actuals. They'll know where we're at. I'm working with Juanita already. I went over the budget with her today. And we've been working together just on the revised budget, see whether she could how she could live without the grant, because it really reduces a lot of the spending. So it's been a big collaborative effort to make sure the school is responsible. There's just a couple of little things like, there was an issue with, there's a $10,000 in the budget that said we would get from private grants. And, in the narrative, I've listed the agencies that have historically given to dual immersion schools, and it's always over $10,000. The public donations, I put $40,000 in the first budget and $60,000 when I took out the public charter school grant, and we historically raise over $70,000 a year. And $35,000 that this year alone is an additional fundraiser that we do for Dia de los Muertos. And then the arts program was also brought up. I didn't include that in the program, but I actually just got an email tonight from the Santa Barbara Foundation saying that they would definitely fund the art program for Adelante. And they're actually waiting for the charter to be approved, not only for Adelante, but just for the whole program. Right now, their whole budget is being held up until we find out where those kids are going to be next year. So that's what I have to present tonight. I'm not going to ask you if you have any questions because
No
I'm not going
questions.
to do what one of you just
We'll get
did.
to our, we'll get to
But
our
you
question.
can get back to me.
We'll get
I'm
our questions
prepared.
back to you. But
Thank
in
you.
essence, three of the recommendations, conditions, you've covered in those three areas.
I've covered
Right.
all the conditions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer McQuarrie, and I represent the Adelante Charter School. I am going to speak about some of the issues that they have raised and we have concerns with in the conditions that you've presented to us. I would like to provide the caveat that I received this document on Saturday, and so we haven't, in all earnestness, identified every single minute detail that we may have some negotiation that we'd like to work with the district. I provided to Mr. Price, I had a conversation with him the other day, and I identified about 4 areas of concern, and I don't believe there are any areas that cannot be worked out. I do believe, though, that some of these areas need to not be in the charter, and so that would be my basic description here. Do you all have this document? Okay. So what we've tried to do in this document is provide an easy reference for you so that you can go through and see what we've already addressed, the areas that we will address, hopefully in the MOU stage, because often what you're asking for is a lot of detail that really is operational in its function, and it often would require then a revision to the charter if something changed. I give an example of the special education piece. If at some point in time this charter school decided it wanted to try to join a different SELPA, by providing the information that you're requesting in the charter, they'd have to come to you and seek a material revision to the charter in order to then pursue that other avenue. I think there are ways that I've seen charters drafted almost exclusively without the level of detail that some of the stuff that you're asking for. So I don't believe there's anything in here that can't be worked out, but I'll give you my areas of concern just initially, and then I would ask that you allow the charter to be approved and then have some good faith in basically this group of people that they're going to work with you in earnest to get then these documents together that are needed, the MOUs, the facility use agreement, the special ed agreement, so that they can move forward without a conditional approval, but knowing that they have their heart and soul wrapped up into this and have worked tirelessly to really accommodate a large number of your requests. And so with that said, a couple of issues that came out. I can describe these in detail, or I can just reference them, and if you have questions after you discuss this, we can talk about it. I can do either one. Do you have a preference?
I'd like to hear, I personally would like you to focus on the ones that are the main
Particularly-
problems.
Okay. The main problems for me and are just purely from a legal perspective, having a statement in the charter that says this school is going to be responsible for the Americans with Disabilities Act. There's a statement in there clearly that they're going to provide the 504 services, and that takes care of the Americans with Disabilities Act educational provisions. What the inclusion of just the entire statement, what that does is it makes them responsible for your building meeting the ADA. You have a statement in your conditions that says it's highly likely that the building is ADA compliant, But I really don't think that the charter school should indemnify you for any potential problems that may already exist. So I have a problem with that. I think that that's a perfect place that would go into a facility use agreement to determine who's responsible for what, and to make sure that you're covered and that they're covered.
And that's on page 4, the last item of element 1.
Yes, yes, it is. So, you know, obviously, if this charter doesn't use a district facility, of course they're going to be responsible for providing facilities that are in accordance with the ADA and with all building codes and anything that's required of them as a charter school. I just hesitate to have them sign off on something in their charter that they're going to basically indemnify you for any problems with your own building. So that's one of the areas that I have comments about. The other area is the special ed. There's been a little...
What page?
It's page 3, the top box. It's in, we thought it was red, but it's kind of pink. So basically, there's been a little disagreement as to what the charter school has agreed to. There's a statement that says that it has agreed to pay dollar for dollar costs associated with meeting its legal responsibilities for special ed students and should state that in its charter. I don't believe that a conversation that took place at the last board meeting was intended to convey this promise. And I will recommend that they don't promise to do that. You know, basically a SELPA is created so that a large number of kids with a wide variety of problems can basically disperse the cost over a larger number of entities. It's basically whoever's in your SELPA shares the cost for special ed. What you're doing here is basically telling the charter is you can be in our SELPA, but you don't get the cost-sharing benefits of that SELPA. And most of the time what we see from the charter perspective is that the encroachments that are done are made on an ADA pro rata, some kind of formula based on how many students they have, not just special ed students, but overall students. So that they're giving you more money or some percentage of money that might actually, they may not actually be using that amount. But the whole point is they pay into the system so that when the system is needed, they then can rely upon the system. It's sort of an insurance policy. So this provision takes the charter school out of the system and makes them liable for all actual costs. And as was mentioned earlier, you guys had a settlement fee of $243,000 for special ed service or lawsuits. And I'm concerned that any requirement that you then say, you know, it's very general in this provision that they pay dollar for dollar costs. I don't know what that means, and I don't think that should be involved in this charter. It can be discussed and worked out in the MOU, and I don't think that there's any problem with coming up with a fair way of providing this, you know, paying for these services. I'm not at all suggesting that the charter school does not want to pay for its fair share. That's not the issue. It's just the actual dollar for dollar cost is somewhat vague and somewhat frightening, given that you don't know what kind of child is going to walk through the door and you've got to provide the service no matter what. So that is a main area of concern for me. We in charter, I would call us charter purists, like to rely upon the flexibility that's provided for the makeup of the board. And there is certainly some dispute within the legal community and people who advocate for districts and people who advocate for charters, whether, and I'm looking for the page, so I'll refer you to it in a moment, whether the inclusion or the applicability of the Political Reform Act and Government Code Section 1090 for conflict of interest issues actually applies. There's a large debate going on. There's been lots of proposed legislation that specifically includes charters in those, specifically would clarify the issue. Let's see, so we have this on page 6 of 18. I think that what this charter school has shown you by its middle section, it's in green, it's page 37, they have basically stated that they will have no teachers on the board. But I still would ask that the requirement they follow at least Government Code Section 1090 be taken out of the charter. I think that the provisions of the Charter Schools Act provide for teacher involvement in operations of the school. And in order for that to be effectuated, they really need to have a voice. And there's nothing in, so the Fair Practices, the FPPC, the governing body for the Political Reform Act, they've decided that they think that charter schools need to follow that code section. And I believe that this charter school would be completely willing to agree to that. The Attorney General, who is responsible for basically enforcing 1090, has not made such a statement about charter schools. And I know several cases where the Attorney General is investigating conflict of interest violations involving district members who also serve in charter school roles. They are not basically not enforcing against the person in the charter school role. So I'm seeing this in action with the actual body who enforces this, not applying 1090 to charter schools. So with that said, I would just ask that you consider taking that out of the charter.
Can you tell us exactly what page and what
Sure.
item that is?
Yes, it's page number 6, and it's in blue on the bottom. Basically, it talks about the ACS Board shall comply with all conflict of interest laws, including but not limited to the Political Reform Act, Government Code Section 1090, and the Corporations Code. The way that the charter and the bylaws were written are in accordance with the Corporations Code. They can be amended to reflect the Political Reform Act, but I'd ask that they not be required to follow 1090. So that is one of the other issues.
And what does the blue mean?
The blue, actually, that's a great question. I think the blue was not supposed to be left that blue. I think it was an area that we would like to bring up as an issue. And it's not a red, it's not a yellow. It doesn't really go in a yellow. It's just blue. So,
It's blue, okay.
Yeah. Some of the other issues, I believe that the issue identified on page 8 of 18 about the condition number 20, that the principal shall not be a former employee of Cesar Chavez. I believe that those issues have
That's
been
gone,
resolved.
yes.
Okay. So because I have only received this and gone over it with my clients for a short period of time, as we've gone through some of the language, a couple of other issues have come up which are not, we're not going to, I think that we can resolve these easily in the MOU stage. So for instance, there's some detailed fingerprinting requirements in here. The charter indicates they're going to follow every law that they need to, and they're going to make sure that, you know, the appropriate people are fingerprinted. What process that they come up with, we'd like to come up with a policy that you then approve as a board. And, you know, you can have oversight of their board policies. So some of the details that you've identified are just a little, we're not ready to say, yes, we can do that. And that one's on page 9.
I have asked Mrs. Waski if need be, later on, she can comment on the current policy of the district in fingerprinting, and she has a copy of it.
Okay, great. There's some, requirements here regarding admissions. I believe that the requirements for admissions, and let me find the page. Page 10. We're completely willing to make sure that all of these things happen. My only concern with including it in a charter document is that, so for instance, you have timelines under which open enrollment period and lottery will occur. That is so detailed, it should be in a board policy, and one that you can approve and make sure that we are following all requirements of law and making sure that it makes sense and will actually result in success for the school. But what happens if, for instance, there's an emergency? What if we have more fires? What if there's all sorts of things that can happen that then, if that does not occur exactly as it's stated in the charter, you technically can revoke them. And so there's got to be a little bit of operational flexibility. And so some of the detail really should be in a different spot. So those are the areas that I can talk about right now. And if you later have questions about any of the other areas, I have notes on them, but certainly think that these can be addressed through negotiations in the MOUs, and I believe that the school and the district can come to a very amicable resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Herron?
Yes.
Since we did have comments from legal counsel, I think we should also have comments from our legal counsel, and they can speak to a number of issues. I was pleased to hear, I hadn't found it yet, but I did just find it, that the previous provision for a full-time certificated employee teacher to be on the governance council has been eliminated. So I was pleased to see that that was taken to heart and that change was made. There are some other elements here. Well, for instance, the fact that, that we asked for the school to be responsible for ADA, I believe that was occasioned because the school proposed that we be responsible for all ADA requirements. So we wanted to make that clear, and whether that's in the petition or whether it's in an MOU really doesn't matter to us, except that I believe I heard from the board before that you wanted to know what the MOUs were going to say. So, in fact, many of these things do not have to be in the charter itself. For example, I talked about programs, about curriculum, and you've heard comments about curriculum. Well, there are some curricular areas like math where they may be going through a new adoption. We'd be happy to have that be an attachment or an addendum to the document itself, and describing what the current curriculum is. What we're most concerned about, in fact, there's really only one question here. Will this school be a successful school? That's the bottom line question. And attendant to that is whether the school will be ready to open its doors in August, ready to go. In our proposal, we had given some time limit to that process of deciding all these things. Well, that might be satisfied within the next 2 weeks, by the middle of May, might be satisfied by the end of May. I mean, it doesn't have to take that full 2 months, but it should all be decided by the end of June, because the school would need to be ready to open its doors.
Do you have more on your presentation?
I didn't know I was going to be presenting, but it's really an honor. I just wanted to conclude with one last thing. First of all, we have very much enjoyed working with this board. We have taken the suggestions that you have given us, and we think our charter is stronger because of it. And we are willing to work with you and to collaborate. The question before you tonight is really whether to approve the charter, and then we can work on the MOU with you in collaboration. If you have good faith that we will do that together, we believe that you should approve the charter tonight, and that you should approve it without the clause of all of the conditions. And the reason we say that is because that conditional clause we think will hurt the school in the long run. It will hurt the families here to be waiting till June 30th to wonder if the school will dissolve, if we have not met every single one of those in every line item, which is the way it's currently worded in the document that was presented to us. We will lose teachers who will get jobs at other schools, wondering if there is a possibility, because of the way that this contract basically was written, that the school might not exist on June 30th. And most of all, it's going to hurt the children. So tonight I would ask you, if you believe that the children of Santa Barbara will get a solid, wonderful education at the new Adelante school, we are asking you tonight to approve the charter, and then to have faith that you can work with this board, with this community, to draft a MOU that will make the school even better. So that's all I wanted to say tonight. And we have some sample language if you'd like to see how we'd like to word the whereas document.
Okay, does that, okay. It's 9:20. I think we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll take a 10-minute break and give us all a chance to think about everything, and then. Pardon? Yeah. Now, this document you gave us that says second revision, April 27th, 2010. Does that include? What does that include that is different? Can you get to the mic, please? What does the April 27th include? Is it all the green things in the Exhibit 1?
Exactly.
So
Yep.
all the green things you've moved into this
Yes.
new document?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. One comment that came up during the break, in some of the documents, it talks about a 5-year period, and that's a mistake. It's my understanding that it's Dr. Sarvis has recommended a 4-year period, and Adelante agrees with the 4-year period. So that's not an issue unless the board obviously might have an issue with it. But there's no conflict between Dr. Sarvis and Adelante on that point. At this point, board, you want public comment? Unless Dr. Sarvis did say you wanted our attorney to make any responses if she wanted.
Yes, Mel. Well, Melanie Peterson has been involved in this process as well, and if we do meet with the petitioners tomorrow, we may not, but if we do, she'll be available tomorrow as well. And I realize your full team wouldn't be able to make it, but
Okay.
I would like her to comment.
Okay.
Good evening, thank you. Yeah, we just wanted to mention a couple of things, and of course answer any questions that the board may have. And basically, we really appreciate the really hard effort that the petitioners have put in turning around some of the conditions that we had there. Everyone has been working very hard, and you can see that. In that regard, we did want to say a couple of things. What our purpose is to try, as a district, to try and get this charter moving forward enough so that the state board will approve them in both contexts. They're in a unique spot in that they're moving forward with a charter petition, a new charter petition from this board, but they're also under scrutiny for being, unfortunately, in the lowest performing 5% of the schools that was recognized by the state. In that regard, there are only 2 charters in that group statewide that are in that. And the state, in our working with the consultants, are really struggling as to what kind of the 4 models they're looking for a charter to move forward, and what they're going to approve and look at when they're reviewing a charter that comes forward in conjunction with the transformation model that this charter has selected, and the unique elements of the charter if it's revised and go forward. So that's really our goal, is to get the language as tight and to get it as far along in the process before your board, so that if it does move before the state, that it has the best chance of being reviewed and approved there. Having said that, these conditions did go forward to them, late last week. They worked very hard in getting it some conditions for you in this stoplight document, and we really do appreciate that. Having said that, they got that late, we got it late, we got it today, and we certainly think there is a good faith effort that many of these issues can be resolved, that the language appear in the charter, or that we discuss with their staff whether it should be in an MOU or not. Now, again, I think they had multiple people working on it very hard. When we spot checked it, even some of the things that are in the document, the stoplight document, in looking at the revised petition, it's not quite there. Some of the language wasn't there. It's not on the pages that it is. And I don't think that was intentional. I think it's everybody just working very hard and at the last minute. Again, for that to be a good document, in our opinion, for it to be moved forward and for you approved, that needs to be tight. The language that they said needs to be there for you in the document to see. And I think what Ms. Macquarie said is that a lot of this can get resolved, that if we work a little bit harder on this and have just a little bit more time, not a lot more time, but a little bit more time, we can probably get this to the point where it could be a non-conditional approval, and some of the documents in the language, in the charter petition, and some of it in an MOU, and I think that's what everybody's goal would be.
Can you do that by 1:30 on Friday?
Yes. I'm not, the instructional pieces are something that certainly your staff would need to look at to see that it's there. As to whether there's, in looking at the document, if we have a working meeting tomorrow in the next few days, I think we can get a lot of this done and potentially come forward to you with a suggestion on the 30th. It may be a couple of days beyond that. I don't know in the instructional piece. All of those other elements probably could be done rather quickly. Having said that, we do, again, there's kind of a balancing issue. I do a lot of charter work up and down the state. I don't know that we've suggested to a board in the last 2 years that there be a straight approval without conditions, because there's just a lot of things that need to be cleaned up between the time a charter is approved and their opening. Things that it's just the district and the charter are between rock and a hard spot. For instance, you can't get a 501c3 until you're incorporated and generally the charter's approved. So, you need some time for that. And so we usually put conditions on a charter that they meet those before they get approved. So having said that, it's also very difficult, and I understand why they wouldn't want all of these conditions to be approved, because it may bring a red flag before the state if it goes forward. So, certainly we want to hear that your board's questions and issues, and we can comment as we go forward. From a legal standpoint, if you feel compelled to act tonight, we certainly would suggest that it be, from the district standpoint and the legal standpoint, that it be approved with those conditions, because those are elements that need to be met. And just sitting before you tonight, given the hard work that the charter has put forward, we just haven't had a chance to meet to decide whether those have moved forward. If you're looking forward to potentially doing a non-conditional approval, it's just going to need at least a few days, and that would be our suggestion. Happy to answer any questions that you have as we go through that.
Thank you. Can we have public comments now?
Okay. Laura, 8.
Yeah, we'll go 3 minutes each.
Lauren Mason, followed by Margaret Connell.
Good evening. The school board this evening is going to vote on the petition of the Adelante Charter School. You're being asked to fast track an approval for a new charter for a school that was on a list of 188 worst schools in California. That is one of the 5 worst charter schools in the state, and the only school from Santa Barbara that made the state's Tier 1 list. Schools that perform in this manner are required to implement one of the following: a turnaround model, a restart model, school closure, or a transformation model. This school is already a charter school and chooses not to close, so that leaves either the turnaround or transformation model. Since it appears that this school is going to hire back more than 50% of its existing teachers, if not all of them, that leaves only the transformation model for them. In order to comply with this model, the school must replace the principal who led the school prior to implementation of the transformation model and increase instructional time. According to their ACS action plan, they will add 2 additional weeks during the summer, available but not required for all students. State and federal law state that they must increase instructional time, not make it available but not required. This school has chosen the easiest model to implement and still has not met the requirements. The district staff has reviewed 16 elements and additional requirements of the Adelante petition and found that only 4 meet the criteria needed for approval. They list more than 40 comments and recommendations that need to be addressed and recommend a conditional approval if the Adelante school addresses all of these issues by June 30th. I guess this will provide the district with political cover. Hiring a new principal, changing the school's name, going to a 90-10 immersion model does not make this petition worthy of approval. Please take your full 60 days to review this petition, and don't be influenced by the California Board of Education May 5th deadline. Approve this petition only when it meets all the criteria needed for approval, and don't fast track it. This petition does not deserve special treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Margaret Connell, followed by Jeremy Martin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue tonight. I know President Herron already told you that I've sat in those chairs, and I know that it's not the most comfortable place to sit. And this year, I know you've also had some particularly difficult issues to deal with above and beyond what you're looking at tonight. So I appreciate the work that you do and empathize, and I guess I could say I'm happy I'm not sitting in your shoes, your places right now. I'm speaking tonight as the grandparent of a Cesar Chavez Charter School student, and it is my hope that she and her classmates will be able to continue their progress in the new school in becoming bilingual, biliterate, and multicultural. I think I've heard some very positive discussion tonight, so I hope that this means that things will move forward. And I also recognize that although charter schools have a great deal of autonomy, nonetheless, these are the children of your district, and you have a responsibility to see that they receive an educational program that enables them to succeed as they advance through the grades and eventually to junior and senior high. Clearly, a well-articulated curriculum, measurement of achievement, and accountability must be built into the Adelante programs, and I'm hearing from the new board that that is what they plan to do. You do have a long list of conditions before you, and I honestly don't know if this is typical of what is required of a charter school. It does look a little overwhelming, but you again have heard tonight how many of these conditions have already been met or will be met. We know from examples elsewhere that this dual immersion model can work, and I hope that you will move the Adelante Charter forward, while at the same time building in the necessary accountability to help it to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connell. Jeremy Martin, followed by Ruben Rey.
In the interest of time, I'm going to pass. Thank you.
Ruben Rey.
Good evening. My name is Ruben Rey. I'm a grandparent of a first grader at Cesar Chavez School. I'm encouraged by the comments that the attorney made earlier, and I really want to just urge the board, if you cannot make the decision tonight to accept the school without conditions, that we wait a couple of days, clear these conditions out, and approve it without conditions. There is no doubt in my mind that this school is going to survive. It's not a question of will we succeed? The question is yes, or not, the answer is we will succeed. And I'm encouraged by the fact that the school is moving into a 90-10 model. I have always believed that one of the things that's been lacking at the school is that we have not emphasized and utilized the Spanish language as a critical value in the teaching of our kids. I have personal testimony from my own children and 35 years of body of work from my wife, who has been a certified bilingual teacher, that shows very clearly that when kids become proficient in their own language, they will transition like this. They will maintain the first language and transition over to the first language. Some people have a problem with the 90-10 model. They can't understand why our kids, or how our kids are learning English when you're teaching them in Spanish. The whole fact is to become proficient in your own language. That is a goal that this district should be aspiring to. I have lived here for 40 years. We have not seen an increase in our Latino students, our students of minority students, going into the universities. We are still seeing a high dropout rate. This school is a vital model that can be emulated throughout the state. We have learned a lot of lessons from the 10 years. Michael started out by acknowledging all the things that we were short. And I got caught up, and I will tell you, I got caught up in the spirit of protecting Cesar Chavez, the name, because we walk with this man, but knowing that the instructional program really was weak, okay? But we're strengthening it, and we need to strengthen it to get together collectively. You see the teachers, the students. We can call on the university, we can call on City College to make this successful. And if we need to wait a couple of days without those conditions, I urge that we respectfully wait and develop those things so that we can move forward. Your approval is critical with how the state the state board is going to accept it. If you put conditions, they're going to start wondering. But you accept it enthusiastically, they will too. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Rey. Babatunde Foleyemi, followed by Rita Antunes.
Good evening. We've heard a lot this evening about the failings of Cesar Chavez. I want to talk a little bit about the success, because success when it comes to young people and families is not just measured by test scores. Culture is the heart of a people, and language is the key to the culture. If you visit or visited Cesar Chavez School or Adelante, a rose by any name will still smell sweet, and you see the passion of the young teachers that are there, you see the love and the bond between those teachers and the parents and the children, you realize and recognize something special is happening. The point we find ourselves at right now is a point where parents and children are saying, oh, we weren't doing it right, or we're not quite making the grade. Help us to make the grade. It's not that we're not willing to. It's not that we don't want to. It's not that they don't have the ability to. If there need to be changes, they've already expressed and shown they're willing to make those changes. You have a responsibility as elected officials, as city staff, as parents, as Santa Barbarans, as part of this community, to give these families and these children all the support you can. I'm here not to just ask that you approve for the new charter. I'm here to ask that you wholeheartedly support it, get behind it, put your energy into it. These are our children. Unfortunately, some of you know, I work with kids who have gone off the grade, all right? And this is an opportunity.
30 seconds.
This is an opportunity to prevent that number from growing anymore. Adelante School is, should be, will be, is your school, it's my school, it's our children's school. It's our responsibility to make sure it stays. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foleyemi. Rita Antunes, followed by Desiree Solis.
Good evening. My name is Rita. I come here on behalf of the Adelante Charter School and as a student of bilingual education. I was fortunate enough to receive 2 years of bilingual education during elementary school, and I was able to grasp skills that I am using today at all situations at the university level. I'm very grateful for all those skills that I learned, whether I use them in orally, literature, or writing, but I'm able to provide resources where I can share them with my students currently at Cesar Chavez. A lot of them feel like they don't have the confidence to speak either in Spanish or English, but just the matter of fact that they're able to transcend from one language to another is very important. And it's important to be able to make sure we are preparing these students for the professional world, make sure that they are above our expectations, because that's what we need at the university level. At the university level, they're not expecting anything less than 100%. You have to prepare them. And unfortunately, there's not that many local students who are at the university level, but that has to change. And as a commitment for myself, I began tutoring and making sure these resources are more available. I may not be a Santa Barbara native, but I feel that education is very important. But bilingual education is a very important and very unique element in this community that needs to be appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Antunes. Desiree Solis, followed by Gerardo Aldana.
Good evening. I also come to you as a student from the University of California, Santa Barbara. I am also not a Santa Barbara native, but I am an advocate for bilingual education. I was fortunate enough to receive the first 4 years of my elementary school education through a bilingual immersion program, and I feel that it was those 4 years that were crucial to setting up some kind of base where I knew that I was confident not only in my English, but in my Spanish. I was able to communicate with my family at home. I was able to communicate with family members abroad. I was able to communicate with community members, with my fellow students in 2 different languages, which was important in a community where I grew up. It was also very important in my formative years in high school, where I was able to take AP courses and feel confident as a student that I could complete these courses easily by having those 4 years as an elementary student. In the research that I am conducting at the university under some of the faculty in our education department, I have used my Spanish in the classroom with my students to help them feel more confident of the things that they're learning at different levels in their education. I feel that it's something that the students need, and it's something that Adelante is willing to provide to them through the program that they would be instituting for their students. It is something that is very unique, as Rita stated, and I believe that Adelante would provide some kind of model for other schools in California that should be implementing programs like this because of the way that our societies are changing and because of the high demand for students to be graduating with the ability to be bilingual and to communicate with other people in their community. So I really hope that this charter is approved and that they continue doing the great work that has already been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. Gerardo Aldana.
Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak tonight. My name is Gerardo Aldana. I'm a professor in the Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies at UCSB. I've also served as the chair of undergraduate council there and at the system-wide level as a member of the Committee on Educational Policy. And I bring that up just to kind of set the context that I realize that throughout education, at all levels, there's this real push these days, I guess it's been going on for a while, towards looking at evaluation and assessment, and looking at them in a quantitative fashion. And I'm not going to try in any ways to disregard that, to claim that it's not useful. And in many ways, it's very convenient. The thing that I want to remind you of, though, is that it doesn't tell the whole picture, right? It doesn't tell you all those aspects of learning that we know goes on, but can't be represented statistically. Now, one of the reasons I think that's important here is because I think that with Cesar Chavez, as I knew it when I was doing outreach in the community, and now as it's turning into Adelante, is that there's another aspect going on here that's just as important, and that is the community investment. That aspect alone completely changes the educational dynamic within the classroom. So what I want to do is nothing more than remind you that the approval process itself here is going to have an impact on that environment within the classroom, because it's going to have an impact on the investment that the community feels. So if we simply remember that our process itself is going to change the dynamic within their classrooms, it's something to take into consideration. I'm not saying it's the whole story. I am saying that it's important that you have somebody who's leading the cause saying assessment, assessment, assessment. That's clearly of import. But don't forget the very specific role that you all have in the process itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aldana. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Board, let's see what's on your minds. Who would like to go first? Mrs. Parker, you always look at me like you want to talk. So.
I'm not. I'm looking down here waiting for somebody else to step up, but I guess since I'm down at the end here, I will go ahead and speak first. I will have a couple of questions for Ms. Peterson and Mr. Price, and I'll get those. I guess I'll get those. I'm wondering if I should get those first or at the end. Maybe I will go ahead and start with it. And I know you've talked about some work being done in 2 or 3 days. Some of what we're talking about are conditions that would go in the charter, which I could see being corrected or changed, revised in 2 or 3 days. But some also would go into MOUs. I don't see any way that those MOUs could be done by Friday at 1:30.
No, and I don't think that was the intent. I think in looking at what our conditions were, we would determine what needs to be in the charter, either through Dr. Sarvis or your board's request that it be in the charter, and what are some of the detailed information that could go in a memorandum of understanding at a later time. It would be detailed information that really wouldn't be reflective of the substantive portion of the charter.
Mr. Price.
And just one more point on that, and I think that Dr. Sarvis or someone else on staff really needs to comment, but having heard Dr. Sarvis's priority having to do with additional work that needs to be done, particularly in the area of curriculum and instruction, as well as the different factors of accountability, the recipes for what it is that ACS needed to do were not spelled out because it wasn't felt, I know, by district staff that it was their role to do it. And it struck me in hearing everything that's been said tonight that it may not simply be possible for ACS to undertake all of the work that is needed to spell those things out, measurable pupil outcomes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to the extent that staff is requesting, without having the board look to the conditions with a timeline that's sufficiently far out that would allow all that work to get successfully accomplished. So I'm not envisioning how, for example, sitting down with staff is going to further the process of defining what it is that it's up to ACS to define for themselves.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Next, when we're talking about the state board meeting, next week's state board meeting is simply to define the charter school number. It is not the review of the school itself. It's not looking at it in terms of being a persistently lowest achieving school. They are simply assigning a number, and that is a routine matter, correct?
Correct.
And then my last particular question is on special ed costs. Is there some requirement for a charter authorizer to subsidize special ed? Or can they work out a formula in an MOU that does make sure that a charter is paying its fair share of costs?
Yeah, there is a statutory requirement that charters at least provide, pay for the encroachment cost, and that is the encroachment on the general fund. And what those formulas are up to the district and the charter itself. They do vary. There's kind of some standards. The concern with special ed, it's the one area where the law is evolving, and the law hasn't really caught up with the practical reality. It's the biggest area of potential concern regarding costs and liabilities for a charter authorizer and a charter, in that the law still requires that, or really recognizes that ultimately the charter entity is the responsible party for any special ed services. So it is something that the funding formulas, et cetera, can be can be worked out regarding that.
Okay. Then my comments on the stoplight document. I love this. This was really, I really like the way this got laid out. So thank you. This was very, very helpful. You know, I look through this and see that most of your red lights are things. It's more a matter of should it be in the an MOU versus should it be in the charter. I guess another legal question here, this piece on the ACS board, why was it felt that it needed to comply with the Government Code Section 1090?
Like Ms. McQuarrie said, that is the probably the one of the two or three remaining big issues between charters and charter authorizers. From the school district standpoint and a management standpoint, the philosophy really is that charter schools are public schools. The people on the board are in essence working towards a public purpose. And Government Code 1090, which precludes any kind of financial conflict, should apply equally to charter schools as they are public entities. The charters will say that the purpose of it is to allow one of the underlying purposes of the charters is to get employees involved in the charter itself, and to do that they put that on. They many times will put that on the board. Ultimately, the question is if you have someone on your board, a charter board, and they're voting on their own salary, that's the biggest issue. Then you have an inherent conflict there. I do see that through the representations of the charter proponents today that they're saying that they're willing to take the two employees off the board. That would, I think that we could probably reach, depending on how strong the board feels about it, we could probably reach a compromise on the charters agreeing to certain conflict of interest policies being there. And if they agree to take the employees off the board, we could probably reach a compromise on that.
Would it be okay for them to be on the board but simply non-voting members?
Well, the problem is if we agree that 1090 applies, as it would for your board, simply by recusing themselves, it doesn't cure it.
Okay.
So it doesn't cure the 1090 problem. So.
Mrs. Parker, Mr. Smith has a comment on special ed. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Why I would agree with Ms. McQuarrie's statement with respect to SELPAs were originally created to basically spread cost across pooled resources, similar to any joint powers authority. But what she's probably unaware of is that our SELPA is going to a 100% pay-as-you-go model, which is being phased in over 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I may have more questions as things come forward, but what I'll say in general is this. With a new charter, when I think of a new charter being developed, I think of that as typically taking 18 months to 2 years. And I think when this all started to unroll in the fall, and then in December there was a decision you're going to go for a new charter, I think that there was an idea that it wouldn't be that hard to do because it was based off of the old charter. And it's turned out to be a much, much bigger process and a true new charter process. And so this feels terribly rushed to me. If I hadn't had the interactions that I've had with your community over the past several months, if this were a brand new group coming to me and I got a staff report like this, I would turn it down. I would deny this petition simply because it's not quite ready, and I think it would need more time to come forward. But because I do know your community, and I've had so many positive interactions, and I've seen incredible development over the past 6 months, I mean, it is unbelievable to me the work that you all have done to transform this school. It gives me a lot of confidence that even though this process is being rushed through, that you will be successful. And so when I got this staff report, I was actually really pleasantly surprised in many ways, in the sense that I saw right away that a lot of these were things that you could take care of very quickly. I have no problem with going ahead and voting to approve with conditions. I actually think you're better off with us going ahead to vote to approve with conditions, because in 3 days, if it comes forward and we're still not ready, we're going to be approving with conditions anyway. This is just about getting your charter school number. It could be that you work really quickly. We could say, come back to us in 2 weeks and we'll see if we can finalize this and say that we've passed all your conditions. But the idea of trying to get that done within 3 days, I think it's unrealistic, particularly for me, because I do want to see those MOUs with the petition and have it all come forward at the same time. So that's where I stand with it at this point.
Mrs. Cordero?
Well, I feel much like Ms. Parker, and I've had extensive interaction with the school community, as has Mr. Heron, attending a lot of your governance council meetings. And I am so impressed with the amount of work that you all have done in such a relatively short period of time. And I agree that normally we would think that this would be a very short time for a group to develop a charter, but your group has really put tremendous amount of work into it. I know how many I always say that, and I always have to correct myself and say I probably don't know how many hours you have actually put in. I know how many hours I think you've put in, and that impresses me, and you probably put in twice that many. So I would also be prepared to approve it tonight. I probably would even go so far as to approve it without conditions, but I would be, if my colleagues, aren't comfortable doing that, I would wonder if we could reduce the number of conditions before it would go forward, so that we would be focusing on those items that we really think that you outlined, Dr. Sarvis, about the ones that we think are really significant for putting into the charter versus the ones that we think we can handle in an MOU, and also those that have already been addressed, so that I think we could significantly reduce the number, which would hopefully seem less daunting to the petitioners, and also at the state level if they look at that. So I think that you've done a lot of work. I think that you have a lot of items in here that I personally think do belong in an MOU rather than in the charter. And for many of the reasons that you outlined, I do think it would be difficult on some of them to have to seek a modification of the charter if you wanted to change, something that's often temporary in nature. I mean, we change our curriculum all the time. Well, maybe not all the time, and we don't do it casually, but we do it without having to change our bylaws or anything. And so I think that putting it into an MOU would be a lot more appropriate in many of these cases. So I think we could reduce them, and I would really just like to take this opportunity to applaud you for the work that you've done and the spirit in which you have done it.
Mr. Deacon.
Thank you. I have to say, I really marvel at how far we've come in the last 5 months. I mean, when we look back on when we were sitting on that stage at Santa Barbara High, I think that there's been so much progress that has happened, and I'm so appreciative as well to all of you that I know have worked so hard and are so dedicated to your school. I think both the district staff, the families, all of you have really shown your dedication, and it's required us getting past some differing perspectives. And I think we all agree that there were some things that we were, weren't really aligned with necessarily. And I think that we collaborated, and that was for the best interests of the kids. I think everybody really has the kids' interests at heart. And so I appreciate that that's been guiding all of us as we go through. I know it must feel like the conditions just kept coming and coming when you saw this, and I know there's been a lot of back and forth on this. I also really appreciate the stoplight document. I have to say tonight there's no way I could approve the charter just because I feel I haven't even read this. I mean, we just got it tonight, and we've heard from your own counsel that she hasn't even read it all, and we know that there's just a lot of loose ends here that need to be tied up. But I don't think that we need to be frightened by this June 30th deadline. It really sounds to me like we can move much more quickly on this. And I agree with Mrs. Cordero that putting some of these specifics, like maybe the curricular pieces in an MOU, makes absolute sense. I would like to focus, as all of us as a group, on the approval part of a conditional approval. I don't want us to leave tonight, and I don't want you to leave tonight thinking that there's delay or obstruction going on here. I especially think for the benefit of the kids, because you've talked about how this impacts them, and I'd like everybody to leave here tonight, if it's a conditional approval, thinking that we're making progress, we're going to get there, we're all working together, but we don't want to dwell on this idea that it's delay is what's going on. I do have a couple of questions, some for our staff and some for you. I guess the question I would pose to the Adelante folks is, do you understand what's being asked for in the conditions regarding accountability and curriculum instruction? I mean, if we say to you, we still feel we need that piece, is there clarity on what's being asked? Maybe Ms. Hernandez?
Use the mic, please.
I think that some of the things really are unclear. Like, I would look at it and read it over and over, and it's like, what exactly does that mean? What exactly are they looking for? For example, if you talk about scope and sequence, well, once you have the materials that you're going to be using, you take your standards and your materials, and then you develop the scope and sequence. So it was really difficult for me to think, well, how am I going to be able to bring that to the board? So there's very specific pieces that need to be developed. I've gone online and looked at scope and sequence for different grade levels, and in one district I can find it for kindergarten and math, and another district I'll find it somewhere else, and there aren't really a lot of districts that have it for all the grade levels, all the content. It's something that's just developed, and I looked at the plan for this school district, and some of those things are still in process, and I would love for Adelante to be able to be part of the development of some of those things that are being asked for tonight. And it's just a lot, and schools normally don't have all of those things, and they're sort of developed and change. And so I think that when I looked at it, I said, yes, those are the things that an effective school has, but do you develop them even over a year or two? No, I would see laying it out over a few years, and these years we're going to target this, and these years we're going to target that. When you do buy the textbooks, those come usually with a scope and sequence, so that you can move through the product quickly. And I just want to clarify, when I talk about curriculum, I'm talking about standards. When I'm talking about textbooks, I'm not talking about curriculum. Textbooks support curriculum, which are the standards. So I don't know if I've gone on too long, but some of the things, cannot be developed without having a staff and knowing where you're going and knowing what it is that you need to do. And the assessment pieces, well, those sort of naturally come with the resources also when you get materials from a particular publisher or company. And the formative assessments, as I said earlier, those are always ongoing. Those are based on, a grade level team or a teacher knowing what she's targeting, or he or she's targeting, and what they need to sort of assess as they're going along.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I agree that the curriculum and the accountability are the parts we really do need to focus on, because that's kind of where the school went off the rails originally. But I think I understand that you're on board with getting there. And I would like to ask our staff to work with you a little bit in better giving you some guidance and feedback on what we're looking for. I know initially we wanted it to come all from you because it is your school and your charter, but I think we don't need to play any mind reading games at this point, and it'll be really helpful to collaborate so that you're completely understanding what's being asked for. And I don't want to take up too much more time. I just want to say I think that Adelante can use a number of our policies that were missing in the original, that were conditions, like the internet safety policy and things like that, and maybe those are things that have already are green already. I know that the volunteer policy that our district uses does not require fingerprinting for volunteers who are being supervised by certificated staff, doesn't require TB testing for people who just come and read. So I would like to propose that we just use our policy and see if you would approve of using that as well. So anyway, I'll stop there, but thank you for all your hard work.
Dr. Noel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by addressing some concerns that have been expressed to me in emails. I don't think there's any hidden agenda to defeat this charter. And I don't think anybody in staff has it, and I'm pretty sensitive to that kind of thing, and I haven't picked up any vibes of that kind whatsoever. And I think you should feel confident that that's not happening. Quite the contrary, in my experience, which admittedly is not all that extensive, I have never heard of a conditional approval of a charter, and I believe that that the proposal to offer you an opportunity to meet the conditions is quite exceptional, and period, quite exceptional. I also think the staff report was quite good, and the staff did a very thorough job. As I said to some of you in email, I was not surprised to find that list of that critique and that list of expectations or conditions. There's been some reference to how simple other charters appear. That is true. They are. I got a copy of the charter from Chula Vista Learning Center, and it's about 20 pages. It would never fly. Not today. Standards have changed, and they've changed because charter schools have been very disappointing, statistically speaking. They have not performed up to standards, and there's even been, corruption and malfeasance involved in charter schools. So, and even an organization like the California Charter Schools Association, which exists to advance the cause of charters, is very hard line about charter schools that are marginal and/or failing. So I think that that's what you're facing, is a set of expectations that fit today's record, today's situation, and that adjust to the very mixed history that charter schools have had. Let me add, I really believe in good charter schools, okay, and have been part of an effort to create one myself. I am very pleased with the presentation about what went wrong and what is going to be done about it. And in my opinion, including that in your written document, in the final document, either as an attachment, but I think it belongs as a preface, not an attachment, is not only the right thing to do, but shows that you're not running away from your history, and you have to assume that your history is going to be known by anybody who's called upon to judge your case. They know what's going on. And so I think you have to face up to it. And I think this, and I made that speech, this is terrific. I really commend you for it. I'm concerned, I have specific concerns, some of which are in the questions, in the conditions, and some of which are not. And I mentioned the one about school culture and expectations, which is not mentioned in the conditions, but I think it's terribly important. And I can have that conversation with anybody who wants to have it. I won't take our time tonight. I question, it's interesting because I keep reading the term the transformation model, and then I read the state's definition of the transformation model. I find it wholly lacking. because it is all about what to do with teachers and training and what to do with staff. It's not about content. It's not about educational programs. And I think Dr. Sarvis has addressed that, and that's the kind of transformation that we have to see in the school. It's about educational content. So I would hope that that the final product really addresses that. I don't see in any documents I've seen so far, and I quit reading at around 3:30 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I missed a lot of the biggies. I don't see in any of them so far what looks to me like an adequate system for interim reporting, not just to yourselves, but to the school board, to the authorizing agency. I don't think that we should go a long time without knowing how you're doing. Why? And this goes back to expectations, not because we want to ride herd on you, but because you need to expect us to care. You need to expect that you have to show performance. Expectations have to do with just that. Okay. Well, that's why I mentioned about the possibility of not being able to continue. Schools that have that don't have many people leave because it's built into the culture. The expectations built in. Let me go on. One thing I think, and I really have to defer to the legal people, it starts off here at the top of the expectation statement saying that the school agrees to voluntarily dissolve. I don't see a written agreement. And it seems to me that that is pretty important part of this whole package, and that agreement should be in writing, and that's why I was asking questions about whether you are a legal entity that can enter into such an agreement with the Santa Barbara School District. Finally, the MOU versus the charter. I think that our council's point is a very good one, that maybe in the next few days that can be determined what belongs in which. But I agree with Ms. Parker. I can't imagine that even in principle agreement on the MOU could be reached in the next 2 or 3 days. My final opinion or position is that I need to see a complete document with all of the changes incorporated, ideally with some kind of a little marginal notation that references the changes, but that wouldn't go in the final document going forth. But we don't have that now, and you know, I literally just moments ago got the latest version here that has the date on April on it. I haven't read it, and then we have all of these changes and a lot of things that are still verbal that need to be built into a final document. This, this is the Constitution. And we don't approve constitutions piecemeal. We approve constitutions as whole documents. And once it's approved, it has a life. So I think we need to see the whole thing. That almost goes without saying. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just have a couple things. I'll agree with almost everything everybody said. One thing Dr. Noel was just talking about was the very first section about voluntarily dissolving. In the last sentence, ACS shall not have the right to appeal the board's finding. Do they not have the right to appeal to the higher level if we disapprove it? Is this somehow taking a right away from them? If we disapprove, let's just say we disapprove this tonight, could they then appeal it to a higher level?
You are the higher level. They
But
could,
I'm sorry, Dr. Sarkis.
Go ahead.
If the board were to deny the charter, then they'd have the right to appeal to the county and then to the state.
That's what I mean. So if we denied it tonight, they could immediately appeal it.
They could.
Yeah. If we wait until June 30th, appealing becomes almost impossible, doesn't it? I mean, you've wasted a year probably.
Well, correct. I mean, they'd have the right to appeal it. It would be highly unlikely that they would be able to get up and running with an appeal through the summer.
Yeah, realistically, going to the county for an appeal would not probably allow them to open their doors in August.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. I'm just trying to find out what rights are being taken away from them by us putting an obligation on that they don't have any right to appeal. Mr. Goodell?
Well, I just want to remind us that that's not part of their agreement. Their proposed language deletes that language.
Right, but I think what I heard up here is we're talking about what's in our document, you know, as of right now. But I do, and that's one section that I would like a little bit more thought to. But I think the others, and the other about the facilities, is that an issue with, that we put a burden on them to ensure that the facilities are compliant? I mean, is that an unfair burden?
It's kind of a split issue in that ultimately the facilities remain ours, so we do have some requirements for to comply with the ADA. But if there were to be any changes, furnishings and equipment that the charter puts in there also puts a burden on them. So it's a mixed bag from Americans with Disability Act issue.
Okay. And on this special ed, who's in charge of special ed at Adelante? Who is running it? Who's in charge of it? Who's got the people in there? Who's giving the policies to that staff?
It's really being operated by the district. However, there are decisions made at the school in IEPs because services are determined in IEPs. So, as an example, a charter school may pay a pro rata share of the encroachment just on a formula basis, and yet IEPs may consistently call for every child in, this is an extreme example, extreme. We don't have this. But every child to have a one-on-one aid, every child to have additional compensatory services over and above, and it could put an extreme burden on the district. We do have examples of situations like that, not in that extreme, not every student, but we do have examples like that. And we'll be working with our other charters on this issue as we move ahead through their charter renewals as well.
But if, let's just hypothetically say our staff, which they won't do, but let's just say our staff makes an error, that becomes a lawsuit or due process. Are we expecting Adelante to pay the full bore of what may be an error on the part of our staff?
No, the language currently wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
Suggest that. No.
It says they cut. Well, what does it say in that situation?
Well, there is some hold harmless and liability language in there, but ultimately the provision of services and the responsibility remains the district. What we're trying to do is get recompense for those risks, and usually that's done through the encroachment. So there would be a dollar amount that they would pay that would cover those types of risks.
Okay. That's all I have at the moment. Mrs. Parker, did you have further? No? Dr. Noel?
I just wanted to get a clarification more on the IEP issue. Who will sit on the IEPs at the school, the principal? And
it'll be a standard IEP team. It will include a special education teacher, a regular education teacher, an administrator, a parent.
A district administrator.
Charter school administrator.
Definitely the charter school administrator.
Okay.
Occasionally, there would be a district person.
Okay, but so the contents of an IEP will be fully determined by the school, generally speaking.
The special ed teacher that sits on that IEP team is a district employee.
Okay.
Psychologist.
I ask because, as you know, things go wrong in IEPs, and they may not provide the services that really the student is entitled to, in which case conflict and potentially litigation follows. So if the IEP team, which has one district member, makes a mistake that leads to litigation, who's liable there? Asking you guys.
Yeah, it would likely be that the parent, for instance, would name both the district and the charter school as an entity in the due process case.
That would
So-
be my guess. So how, is there a way to make the cost proportional to the responsibility?
Yeah,
in
and
this
that's
issue?
that's what we're trying to get to.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Deacon.
I'd just like to address process and maybe where we go from here a little bit. And also I want to thank the staff too for the hard work that they did on their report, because it was very thorough, and I know you had to wait until you got the document before you could begin, and I appreciate the hard work the staff put into it. I personally also, like Dr. Noel, do not want to see conditions come in piecemeal. I would like to see a final package delivered to us so that we could really appraise it and assess it in its entirety. Again, it sounds like some things have already been done, some things can move quickly, so really what we're looking at now is meeting our needs in terms of this instructional piece. And I don't know how long that our staff thinks that might take in concert working with the folks at the school. But at any rate, I guess I just really want to stake out my position that I don't want it to come to us piecemeal. I want it to come as a final package.
Mrs. Cordero.
Well, I feel like in December, when we passed our resolution, we entered into at least something that resembles an agreement with this school. And I believe they have gone beyond a good faith effort in trying to uphold their side of that agreement. I certainly think they embraced it in a way that surprised even those of us who believed that they would do it. And I think that in our resolution, at least I certainly interpreted our resolution as in some way an agreement to help expedite this process. Don't feel any qualms about approving the charter as it, perhaps with the conditions streamlined, because I think they have, over the course of 6 months, proved to us that they will and have made a very good faith effort to work with us to accommodate pretty much anything that we ask of them. They have shown us that they will do it in a very short timeline. They have demonstrated that they will do it with sincere effort. I have not seen any items that we have asked of them where they have come back with anything less than a full effort. Even in areas where we haven't agreed, there has been a very clear attempt to address the concerns that we have and to explain the position that they have. So I feel like part of my good faith effort to support our resolution, I would like to move that we approve the charter for Adelante Charter School with that we approve resolution, number 2009/10-48 with the direction to try to streamline the conditions as much as possible.
Mrs. Parker?
I have absolutely no objection to that, and making it clear that some things that say charter could actually be in MOU, and that's going to be up to staff to determine how that gets negotiated. And particularly looking at number 9, condition number 9 and condition number 26 as areas of negotiation. The one thing that I do have some problems with is that first preamble. The Adelante Charter School agrees to voluntarily dissolve. And if Mrs. Cordero, I'll second your motion if you'll agree to getting some language from our legal counsel at this point to possibly make that so it's not about the school voluntarily dissolving, but rather that a finding by the Board of Education is simply, shall be final for this board, and that the ACS shall then only have a right to appeal to the county and to the state from that point on. I don't know if you have some suggestion for language, Mr. Price or Ms. Peterson.
Well, I will be happy to accept that amendment.
Do you have any brilliant ideas off the
Well,
top of your head?
the concern, I see where we're going with this. I think the concern is that it would be difficult to determine how to streamline the conditions as if because the resolution before you is with the conditions.
Can I make a
And so if you-
suggestion?
Yeah.
That we at least eliminate the items in green, subject to verification that they are all included.
Well, again, I think that's difficult to do because that is a condition. I mean,
But that-
if they're there, if you approve it and that's a condition, then they will have met those conditions.
But
Can I maybe modify the way that I stated that? That we streamline the conditions before it goes forward beyond this body.
Well, in that regard, then, perhaps we talk about setting a date in the near future where we can come back with this one package that you are suggesting that will have very few or no conditions.
No.
that's not in the motion yet. Mrs. Cordero?
Well, I just wanted to say that wasn't the intent of my motion. The intent of my motion is to give the petitioners an approval of the charter, recognizing that we have some conditions that we would like to have met by a certain deadline. But that we know, I think there are some that I've sensed an agreement, maybe belong more appropriately in an MOU. That we could take off this list as a condition for the charter and will become part of the MOU. There are some of these that may already exist in the revised charter that we could take off this list because they're no longer a condition, they're already there. That's the intent of the motion.
And I think that was my comment. This document we provided assumes that all the green are in here. And so if we approve this Exhibit I, conditions of approval, bottom of page 1 in the resolution, the amendment would say, take out of Exhibit 1 all the green, subject to verifying that they're in here.
Well, I think it's more than subject to verifying. It's subject to verifying that it's in there in an adequate way. And having just received it, with the board not having reviewed it and staff not having reviewed it, I would just recommend against that and would ask the maker of the motion if my understanding is correct. That is approval with the streamline suggestion that you made, to have that be interpreted that staff would work promptly with the ACS group to define what goes in the MOUs, what needs to come back from them, and to assist with, several of these legalese things to get them out of the way, wipe the slate clean, narrow what the work is that needs to be done so that the effort can be facilitated to bring it back, not necessarily at the end of June, but as soon as possible, whenever the charter people feel that they're prepared to bring it back in a way that they would expect would gain final board approval. Does that comport with your sense in making the motion?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure, because I'm not entirely certain how, what form that would take. The intent of my motion is to not weigh down our approval with an excessively long list of conditions, so that when it goes forward to the state or goes forward to whatever body it's going to go forward to, it looks as if they have to fulfill a million steps before the approval becomes final. That whatever, that we, my idea of streamlining it is so that when it goes forward to the state or to other entities that they may be applying for funds for, et cetera, that the number of conditions seem manageable and likely to be achieved.
And in addressing that concern, I totally see where you're going with that, and obviously, the district would like to work to bring down those conditions also. The concern I have on behalf of the charter is that if they move forward to the state and saying, where's your approval, they'd have to show this conditional, this resolution that has all those conditions in it. Where if we set a timeline pretty close to, give staff some time to clean this up with ACS and come back to the board for a cleaner approval, it might be beneficial to the charter to do that.
Can I ask you for one more possibility? Because the language in the resolution says, subject to the conditions identified in Exhibit I, or was that one?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Is that the sticking point?
Yes.
Okay. If I modified in my motion that language to say identified in a revised Exhibit 1, would that address the concern?
It could, except that the board wouldn't know what the revision would be.
Mr. President,
Okay, Mrs. Parker was first.
I wanted to ask,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I just want to chime in with, again, when I am ready to give final approval on this, I need to see the whole package, as Dr. Noel and Mrs. Deacon have indicated. The charter desperately wants their charter number, which needs to be at the state. Well, they want the charter number next week. They're on the agenda for May 5th.
And I don't believe that they need to have an approved charter petition for that.
Yes.
They're determining whether they're going to give you an old or a new number.
No, they're on the list of all the new, for a new charter number.
I see.
They're in that whole section.
Okay.
And they're on that agenda, I've checked, and I know that they're just waiting for final resolution from us.
They're on that agenda and they're listed as the charter as having been approved, dated April 23rd. It says it's a list of approved, charters approved by local agencies, Adelante Charter School. And that agenda was published on the 23rd of April. So I don't know whether, I have no idea where they got the idea that the charter had been approved, but if it has been, then this meeting is kind of meaningless.
No, that was I think, Nancy, can you, I think we put a placeholder in, and they're expecting documentation.
Well, but it's listed as having been approved locally.
But that was by May 5th, I believe, that it has
We had
to be.
to apply for, put an application in for, it's not the CDS number, it's just the charter number, which is completely different from the old number, carrying through the old number. It's just like your number charter 954, and then the next one's 955. It's just a number that we need for funding so that we get into the funding model for July. We had, in our application, we put that our expected charter approval date was April 27th because that was this board meeting. And that was submitted to the CDE probably about 2 weeks ago. And at that point, that's why they put us on the place marker, and then they have that information. But I don't remember putting April 23rd. I'm pretty sure at that point we knew it was going to be April 27th.
I have a question. Several people have said, before final approval, I want to see this, before final approval. If we adopt this resolution, this is final approval. All we have then is they need to apply by all of these things by June 30th. But this is final approval if we do this document.
I've
No.
been trying to
It's
keep the
it's a
floor for about
conditional.
5 minutes.
It's a
Okay,
conditional.
let's get an answer to my question.
Yeah, it is. It's enough of a, I mean, this is the board approving it with conditions. So it's not a conditional approval where it would come back to your board. It's an approval with conditions.
And it would only come back to us if they didn't meet them.
Correct,
It would then come back to us, say, you know, we think you didn't, they say we did, we argue about it and vote on it.
correct,
So this is if we go with this resolution, we're voting on it.
correct.
Dr. Noel.
I've been wanting to ask Dr. Sarvis whether he and staff are prepared to give us a short list of these conditions at this time.
Well, I've been looking through some of the changes that were presented here, and I see items marked in green, and the answers are things like the TWI expert will be here Saturday, or there's a curriculum plan. That's really not what I mean by a clear instructional plan. So I guess we have gone through a discussion about the things that could be in an MOU, although we tried to specify those things that we thought were still sticking points, like the dollar cost in special education, that would still need to be known by the board in order for us to go ahead with the MOU. So we could pull out, in fact, we can pull out the MOU items. They're pretty clearly identified here. We can eliminate a couple of the items that are already showing up in this, but there are other items that we're going to have major discussions about, because I don't see them showing up in this new document. And I can run through a whole list of them. I mean, I just ran through the document that came to us tonight, and I can just give you examples throughout of things that we specified that are not changes that were made in this.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis.
Mrs. Parker.
I just feel like in the interest of moving forward that we could get bogged down in going through condition by condition and still have disagreement on, and it's better for everybody involved if we simply approve with conditions, approve with the 52 conditions, noting the ones that we particularly raised as ones that would need more negotiation, and that they're ones that should be on an MAU instead of the charter. The one problem I had was with the preamble, essentially. And then a quick other legal question. We're approving with conditions, but who decides that those conditions have not been met? It is ultimately the board that makes that decision, correct, or is it staff?
Well, staff would review them, have a checklist to see what comes forward, and if there were any issues of concern, they would come back to the board with those.
Okay.
I would like to amend the motion to eliminate the two areas on condition number 20 regarding the principal and the, in this document I'm looking at, I think they've been removed from.
Those are
They've
not.
already
They're
been
not,
removed.
they're not conditions, okay.
Well, I'm sorry, California Administrative Services credential is specified in conditions. The other two elements are not.
And
Former employee is not, and 5 years' experience at a charter school is not.
I guess another question, how much different is this document than is this the revised document you made? What-
No.
You did a revised document.
The revised document is in front of you, and it is marked with today's date, April 27. It's E4 attachment, it's yellow highlighted. Yeah. So up in the right-hand corner, it says E4 attachment revised April 27, 2010. And by the way, in the resolution, it doesn't say revised or dissolved voluntarily, it just says dissolved.
That's what I was wondering, how much difference, yeah, in this document versus this document? They use the original document
Yes.
for their
Mr. Hearn,
comments.
I think there's only
Yes.
2 brief items that were changed, that Dr. Sarvis and I were
And
discussing.
the other two are the
Okay.
two red
Right.
items
Okay.
that you just alluded to.
Thank you.
That we withdrew.
Okay. Mrs. Deacon,
Um,
no amendment on my part.
Okay, I really think we need to get back to doing a conditional approval. I'm okay with keeping the 52 items, knowing that already a lot of them have already been addressed and resolved, because I'm not exactly sure what streamlining means, and I don't know if we can do that tonight right up here. But my other concern is the kind of the drop deadline of June 30th. Obviously, we want, I'm hopeful we won't go out that far, but we would need everything before that so that we could make decisions and verify, and so we don't get to that June 30th date, and then there's an uh-oh moment where we realize there's one or two conditions that we feel haven't been met. So I would just, I guess, like some assurance that that would happen.
Mrs. Cordero.
Well, as the maker of the motion, I would like to keep the intent of eliminating those items that are superfluous at this point. So I don't want to go back to the all 52. I think it's silly to move forward with a list that we already know is inaccurate. I mean, it's been revised already, just in reality. But I also feel like we're going way beyond what the Ed Code allows us to consider in approving or denying a charter. I don't think the Ed Code allows us to consider, whether we, I just feel like the Ed Code sets out very specific guidelines of what we are supposed to consider, and we were very cognizant of adhering to those guidelines when we were intending to deny the charter. And so I think we should be equally cognizant of adhering to those guidelines when we're asked to approve it. We were asking the school to meet the letter of the code when they were going to come forward with a renewal request. And so I don't think it's unfair for them to expect us to meet the letter of the code as well when they're asking us to approve a new charter. And I think we're stepping well beyond what that language allows in some of the details that we're discussing as to whether we will approve the charter or not. I think we can approve the charter, we can discuss those details in an MOU. And it is not unusual for us to approve the charter before we have an MOU in place. Because typically, the charter has to be in place, but we have to have the charter before we work out the details of the MOU.
Mr. Heron, I can address that, but it looks like you have a board member
Mrs.
who
Parker.
would like to address it.
Okay, two things. First of all, I'll withdraw my second of that motion. And the second thing is, in terms of what we can address when we're approving a charter, we have this list of conditions of approval, some of them clearly charter, some MOU. But the reality is that according to the staff report, there are 16 areas that we judge a petition on, and the petition didn't make it in 12 of those 16 areas. And so that's why I'm looking at these conditions and why it's so important for me that, the key ones that Dr. Sarvis addressed in particular, that we make sure that those are addressed and changed. But I really feel like it's a positive thing to quickly check off the ones that are already done. That's fabulous. There may be 52 things on the list. I would actually think that would be a plus if and when the state looks at it in terms of it being a persistently lowest achieving school, for them to see both that the district took it seriously and the charter school took it seriously, and they have made changes in order to provide a completely different and sound educational program for our students.
And Mr. Heron, if I may, on that particular point, if it were to go forward with these conditions, and Ms. Cordero, given that maybe even by tomorrow we could determine whether some of them have been put in the charter appropriately, I think that, Dr. Sarvis, we'd be more than happy within the next few days to look to see what is in the charter in these green areas, and to provide an additional letter from the district to the state that there are a number of these conditions that have been met. If there's some language in there that's in the green, that's in the charter, and everybody agrees to, we could probably knock off a number of these. and provide that in an additional letter that the charter could provide to the state in moving forward, as a suggestion.
That I could live with. As long as, yeah, that seems to address the concern.
Have you still withdrawn your second?
I have, because I'll go ahead and make a new motion unless you want to, Mrs. Cordero. I'm going to move that we approve resolution number 2009/10-48 as it stands, with the exception of the preamble to the conditions of approval, which would remove, I would like to remove the first sentence of the conditions of approval, and amend the last sentence, which is ACS shall not have any right to appeal the board's findings, to read ACS shall not have any right to appeal the board's findings to the board, to the district. I'm not quite sure if you have any better wording for me there.
Yeah, I would just eliminate, you know, what we can also do is just eliminate the entire paragraph, because a number of those, the conditions, et cetera.
Thank you.
We take out the dissolution and the right to appeal, then it's inherent that the rest of the conditions follow. So I think your motion could be to just remove the preamble.
Sure, okay, and then my motion would be to remove the preamble with the understanding that that the board has highlighted particular conditions that we are particularly concerned about negotiating, and some should go into the charter and some should go into the MOU. And also with the understanding that the district would move within the next 2 days to provide a letter to the Adelante Charter School and to the board addressing the conditions that have been met already. How's that for a long motion? You guys got that all down, right?
Let's play back the video.
You going to second that?
I'm tempted to amend it, but I will second it.
Okay.
Would
Further
you
dis-
repeat?
I don't have it all.
The motion is to eliminate the preamble and
Well, I believe it's to approve the resolution,
Motion.
eliminating the
preamble and asking staff to provide a letter to Adelante within the next 2 days outlining those areas that have already been included in the revised charter.
Those
Does that accurately
those
summarize what you-
conditions.
It does, except for I was also acknowledging that some of the conditions
yes.
will be in the petition and some will be in MOUs.
But is that acknowledgement part of your motion?
Yes.
Ms. Parker, how about April 30th rather than a couple of days? Would that be okay?
I like April
Okay.
30th. That's a little bit more precise.
I was
Noon
concerned- I
on
was
April
concerned
30th.
about in part of your follow-on statements, you said something about the concerns the board has expressed, and individual board members have expressed concerns, but the board hasn't expressed any concerns.
I see what you're saying, yeah. And I could strike that that piece of it, yeah.
Got that?
Mr. Deacon?
Is there any chance that there will be anything any area where there might be disagreement about what belongs in an MOU and what belongs in the charter? Because it sounds like we're saying, we're assuming there will be agreement on that. No?
Perhaps. We're awfully close.
Adelante's counsel would like to say something. You want to go to the mic?
Thank you for letting me speak again. This doesn't necessarily address that point, although I can envision there may be just some discussion as to a point or two that might go into the charter versus the MOU. Since I haven't had the ability to speak with council on these points, I don't know what they're going to insist upon. So that's my caveat there. The one other thing I did want to discuss, though, is the language of this resolution, and including so many references to Cesar Chavez Charter School and then the persistently underperforming schools. My understanding of that issue relates to whether you apply for federal funding, and if you do, you then have to meet those transformational models in order to receive the funding. So our position is that all of those references in this resolution are somewhat immaterial to the decision that's going to take place tonight, that if we don't apply for that funding, those issues don't matter. So the state looks at that issue as a basis for getting that federal money and applying that money to then these transformational models. So I just wanted to give you at least a reason to take some of this out, because it will definitely affect our ability to get a different CDS code.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that's the case. This is a legislation that was passed by the state, and it's not contingent upon the federal funding. It requires changes for those persistently lowest performing schools, no matter whether funding comes in through Race to the Top or a school is applying for, I forget the name of the grant, the federal grant.
Well, I just think that the inclusion of all of this in here may be unnecessary for the purposes of tonight. So with that said, that is something I'd ask for you to reconsider in the inclusion in this resolution. Thank you.
Dr. Noel.
I wanted to ask Dr. Sarvis, the $600,000 is from the Public Charter Schools Grant Program, which I believe is federal, administered by the state. Does that make a difference in this conversation?
I do not know.
Well,
I'm a little reluctant.
Because their budgetary assumptions
Yes.
include that 600.
Right.
I'm a little reluctant to answer.
Yeah, the
Yes.
600,000 initially, and then they recognize they're not going to get this year because the funding model has closed. But they did indicate today that they're going to apply in the next cycle. You're right, that is public charter school grant funding that would come from the feds to the state, to the charter. So that's why these models would apply in an additional setting, so.
Okay, for Mrs. Deacon. I mean, Mrs. Parker.
I just want to say that I actually think it's important to have that language in there because as much as this is a new charter, it's also same students, same area, same grade level, same mission. There is a history to Adelante that I think that we as a community need to keep in mind, and I think it's going to be an incredibly positive thing when we look back on it. But I don't think that it's something that we should try to sweep under the rug. And it is, whether we like it or not, that school is on the persistently lowest achieving lowest achieving school list. And everything that's happening is coming out of where this school was, otherwise we would just be renewing it. So.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. You can cheer. Thank you very much. And once again, I just have to compliment the entire school and participants in the respect you've shown in this whole process. When we sit up here, having that respect back to us is just so, well received, and we appreciate it very much. We're going to take a 5-minute quick break.
What am I going to do?
Do we need to vote to go past 10:30?
No.
Is that my choice?
It's your choice.
And I made the
Yeah.
And I made the choice that we went past 10:30. And we're going to have, I'll call the meeting back to order. We're going to have two more items. Yeah, we're going to go to E6 and F2. And I think we can postpone the rest. Is that correct, Dr. Sarvis?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, E6, approval of consultant agreement for special education communications consultant. Dr. Sarvis?
At the March 23rd board meeting, the board approved a communications consultant and approved that consultant up to $60,000 for the following activities, and these are listed in the agenda item. I've talked to a couple of people about what they can do for us, and I'm asking the board at this point to move ahead with $30,000 to hire Dr. Carol Miller for these kinds of services. This is an action item. I'm asking your approval to move ahead with the consultant contract. And I've included her resume. Of course, we know Carol Miller. She has worked with us before. And I've included the original March 23rd agenda item as well.
Are there any public comments? No. Okay. Dr. Sarvis, you just mentioned the March 23rd document that's included.
Yes.
With the word approved, 32310. To my remembrance, that document was not approved as is. We eliminated ombudsman. I requested we eliminate the background section. But I know we did not approve.
We did eliminate the term ombudsperson or ombudsman, and that was at my request, and I think everyone on the board nodded their head and said, good.
Yeah.
Thank
And
goodness
so-
for removing that.
But I don't like to see a document that says something's approved when really that document wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, those are my scribbles back on March 23rd.
Yeah, it just.
But that's why in this title, you have approval for consultant contract for special education communications consultant. There is no mention of ombudsperson in the rest of this document. I'm sorry, that just came out of my agenda item at the time.
For historic purposes.
So the consultant agreement won't say ombudsman.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. F2, update on special education.
Thank you. I believe Robin Sawaski is going to introduce this, our Associate Superintendent for Education.
Okay, and we have Executive Director Tom Guajardo here to give an update. And Tom, we have items in front of us, is that correct?
You have items in front of you, except that the vision statement, that was a previous one, the updated one is here. As that updated vision statement is coming out, first of all, thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Sarvis, for this presentation this evening. There's 3 items we'd like to inform you on. One is the vision statement. 2 is a request for expenditures from SPEDA-ARA funds, and number 3 is to talk about a recommendation on a person to oversee the FCMAT implementation. And this came out of our most recent stakeholder meeting, all 3 recommendations. The first of which is the vision statement you see in front of you that was just distributed. And that came, there was a subcommittee that worked on this, and a lot of other people got involved as well beyond the subcommittee. And ultimately, it was Dr. Jerice Butterfield who really hammered out the final details. And the majority of the content you see in front of you came directly from her. Questions, comments on the vision statement?
We'll just take it under advisement and have it come back to us at the next meeting.
Okay.
And if anybody has any comments, that's great.
Well, I would just say, having been there, that the stakeholder group subcommittee had worked up their own, and then Jerice Butterfield provided this alternative, and I think it was almost unanimous that everyone thought this one had very straightforward language, and everyone embraced it. So that was my impression at the meeting.
There was a lot of work that went into that process, and emails galore back and forth. Okay.
And the second piece is the, we had 22 budget items on the draft action plan, and these were discussed at the stakeholder meeting, and it was it was near unanimous approval to be able to purchase or to recommend all 22 expenditures, and these are those that you see before you. And they're lumped into those 4 committees: the organization, the professional development, programs and services, and communications. And the total is $493,456. Meg Jate and I have been in contact on this, and actually we have close to $1 million left K-12 in the entire budget. So this would be roughly about 54% of that entire amount that is still a balance on the SPED-ARA monies. So these are lumped in. Some of these are specific because we know exactly what needs to be done. Some are more like placeholders because we need to give, especially programs and services and professional development, still needs a lot more firming up in terms of their activities and needs to have the flexibility of the resources available to be able to implement those. So some of these are very specific, like the laptops, the protocols. Some are mainly placeholders at this time until they're fleshed out further, especially in those 2 committees. Questions, comments on the expenditure requests?
Again,
President?
we'll take this under consideration. Dr. Noel.
I'm very concerned with this expenditure list. And I think, at least I learned after that stakeholders meeting what I should have recognized immediately at that meeting was that most of these items go all the way back to a document that Carol Miller produced many, many months ago, and that there's been no real meaningful discussion about these items since that time, and I can attest that there was no line item discussion of them at the stakeholders meeting. In fact, at the meeting, there was kind of a rush at the end to approve this list, and my effort to have a discussion of some of the items was unsuccessful. I understand, at least it was represented to us at the time, that these items that we had to make a decision to earmark money. And if that's the case, I would like to see the status of this list be defined more as placeholders with some flexibility rather than as in any way implying a board of approval. And just a case in point, $70,000 to buy a van.
2 vans. 2 vans.
Where'd it go? 2 vans.
Second page.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's been changed. 2 vans. $22,000 to develop a parent welcoming involvement policy at each school. To me, that number sounds quite arbitrary, and I'd like to see some line itemization of it to understand. Translation and interpretation personnel and hardware. I understand we've already acquired some of that hardware, but an itemization of that expenditure would be very helpful. Interpretation equipment, maybe that was the one we've already acquired. Improve communication with staff and parents. That includes the website, again, no breakdown. $30,000 for support for current programs and services. I don't know what that means, there's no breakdown.
May I?
Update protocols, $52,000. Boy, that's a pretty loose statement for $52,000. Anyway, I could go on because there's hardly an item on this list. I don't think there's any item on this list for which we've received any detailed indication of how the money will be spent.
Dr. Sarvis?
Well, I understand that these are placeholders, and I believe that was really the intention of Tom's statement, that a lot of work needs to be done on these before they're brought to you for your approval, because there is much more work.
Okay.
Those are very round numbers, and they could go in any number of directions, up or down.
Okay, I really appreciate your comment, Dr. Sarvis.
Yes.
That's relieves a lot of my concerns.
So, Dr.
May I just ask a little more? But when we get it back, could we get some itemization?
That's just what I was going to ask. So the items that are either already on order or I'm not on order, but those that we know specifics on, like the protocols, I know that we know quite a bit about that in talking to Dr. Mills. So we'll line item those and then do you want just larger numbers when, like for training needs and for program needs, we're doing surveys right now.
I just want to be rational about the expenditure of these funds.
understand.
And I
Right.
think that if you think about rational processes and spending money, it's pretty obvious what's needed.
Mrs. Deacon.
Can I just say something? I'd like to say something too on this, because I was at this meeting as well, and I know we were rushed at the end. The meeting ran long, and some people actually had to leave before we were done, but I felt the urgency to get moving on this, because we've been talking about this money over and over and over again, and I do understand specifically for things like training that there are placeholders here, but my recommendation would be for things like laptops and those items that have been identified, that we absolutely move on those. And I don't know to what extent we're always going to hold special ed to a higher standard of approval from the board, because we don't typically ask other departments for approval for every single expenditure. I mean, we see them in the warrants and in the purchase orders, but I guess I'm making a statement here, and I'm advocating that we do not necessarily need to approve every single thing and treat special ed differently from other departments in that regard.
Mrs. Parker?
I would chime in to agree with that. What we are getting in the purchase orders for approval is a separate section on special education, and I don't know if instead of saying things like settlement agreement, that this form could simply say that this is stakeholder expenditures, so that we understand that it's tied into what the stakeholders group has been at least looking at, if not having extensive discussions on. But I don't want to wait and say, until we see some final plan, you can't spend a dime on anything. Because I think that would be that it would just simply never happen.
Well, I actually gave that direction a number of months ago. If these are smaller items, then you go ahead with these expenditures. But if they are larger items, and we bring larger items to you if they're over a dollar amount, $10,000, then they have to come to the board, and the board's going to want enough information about them to be able to make an informed decision.
And our requisition deadline did end last Friday, and so we had the meeting, and the point of doing some of that was that we did get an extension on going ahead and purchasing some things like the laptops and the protocols that we need to get going for next year and get training on in some cases, because they're new testing types of protocols. So there are things that there is a timeliness in them, and those could be specific, Dr. Noel.
I'll chime in here too. I mean, I've said it time and time again. There are things within these categories that should be spent on a regular basis. And we do have public comment, so I'll withhold my comments until we have public comment.
Can I finish with the third piece?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the third piece, the third piece was Dr. Noel brought forth the concept Draw, which is a software program to be able to track projects kind of akin to construction projects and when they're supposed to be done and what other items need to be checked off and done before you proceed to the next one. And so he was kind enough to present that at the stakeholder meeting, and as we took a look at it and took a look at the enormity of the project before us and being able to take a look at the implementation of the different FCMAT items and action items, there was a motion made because of the enormity of the task to possibly hire a person 1 year out of the SPED-ARA monies to be able to help get us off track and be able to implement those recommendations. It's being brought forth as information only. If there's any feedback, we're open to that, because we don't have enough information yet as far as what type of position are we talking about. Is it, we're looking at classified possibly? Is it a consultant? What are the responsibilities? What kind of time commitment would we ask them to do? And what type of salary or amount would we be able to set aside financially? But that did come forth also as a recommendation from the stakeholder group.
Public comment?
Corey Bream.
Good evening. Is it Wednesday? Thank you, Dr. Noel. I agree wholeheartedly. I came up to say the stakeholders were not given time to look at, investigate, or research the dollar amounts listed. And mostly the numbers look okay, in all honesty, but they are from way back. I don't think much has been done to further investigate those numbers, alter them in any way. They seem to be what Dr. Carol Miller put forth way back when. A few of them do make me pause. The $22,000 for parent welcoming policy at each school. There's just not enough information or time, so we need someone to oversee and manage the spending. I'm worried about the detail-oriented person at this point when the statement was wrong. So the wrong statement was put forth, and I want to be sure that that's corrected online and other places so that the public sees the correct vision statement. And that's currently who's overseeing the funds, but not much has been done with it, and that makes me just worry a little bit. So the detail of it is something that needs further looking at and perhaps someone to oversee. I also want to bring to your attention attachment D23. Does everyone have that? For the 4/27/10 board meeting, attachment D23. The first page is just information, and then there's a 2-page sheet with a graph and some finances listed. Could you locate that? There's a FERPA violation here, if you're unaware, which is a Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. You've specifically named individuals on this, and it's not quite right. I texted 2 of them that are named. I think you need to have a discussion with whomever put this together about how that works. I don't think that's quite right.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
You're referring to the item on our consent agenda, is that correct?
I can bring you what I have.
Okay. I'm just wondering if you would identify the.
I'm trying not to say a name out loud on public TV.
I don't want you to say the name, but
Right.
just the area where we would find it. So
I
is
don't
it
know. Here.
on your page? I'm just looking, oh,
We can see them.
Attachment
yeah.
D23.
Which is the area here, in here? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great,
Okay.
FERPA. Not ideal. I keep wanting to stop coming, and then I come and I'm tired, like you must be. And I see things like this and I'm disappointed. We worked hard on the vision statement, the wrong one's put forth. The numbers are all the way back from Carol Miller, and FERPA violations are occurring. And I don't want you to delay the spending. I did hear that, and I'm going to give you a mixed message in the sense that our kids need teachers, and our kids need products, and our kids need devices to help them further their education, and we've been up here for 2 years begging for changes. And I don't want you to delay spending, but I want you to spend with caution and without concern for everyone approving. I don't think that always happens. However, I do think that we need some approval, and the stakeholders meeting was very useful, but I felt the last 2 meetings were eager to end that process, and it was helpful on some level, but we do need to spend the money, help our kids grow, and get products in front of them and better teachers with new information. So I'm not saying don't spend, I'm saying cautiously spend that money, as so much of it has already disappeared, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bream.
Does that end? I'll just continue with my comments and maybe spend just a minute to put, Mrs. Parker and I spent Saturday in this building in a governance council session, and something struck me. If you look at the motion that was passed August 11th, and it said to review, and it's on the one of the quote action plans, to review, consolidate, prioritize, identify responsible persons, and establish timelines for implementation of the FCMAT recommendations. We've done that. That is what theoretically is called the action plan. But what we learned Saturday was, that you get stakeholders to set the direction, incorporating their beliefs and vision. And then the board works to establish the structure by adopting the priorities and strategic goals and success indicators. But once that happens, it then turns to the staff to do action plans and get things done. And I think we've missed that in this equation because every document is called an action plan. Tom, I took your document and changed it to priorities. And I would like you to take this and look at it, and you may not agree with it, but I'd like us to be get this board to approve the priorities, which are all the things that we got January 12th, plus a few more. And let us adopt those as priorities that include probably 100 of the recommendations, and then staff take it from there and go for it. And spend the money when you need to spend the money, and what needs our approval, but just let us say, okay, these are the priorities. Now go to work and get them done. I think at that stage, we don't need to come back constantly and talking about, $22,000 for a parent reset. That must be 20 or 30 or 40 different things that they're going to do at the schools. We don't need to know what they're going to do at the schools. So I'm just saying, so use this for what you want, and I've just changed, every time it said action plan, I've changed to priorities, because that's exactly what this is. These are the priorities, all these, and each one has has FCMAT recommendations, but then staff creates to get it done in some way, shape, or form. And that's the staff's job, reporting back to the stakeholders, reporting back to us, we hold you accountable, and the whole system just flows and works. But the stakeholders, and at the time we accept the priorities, the stakeholders basically have set the priorities. What you do on an everyday basis becomes your job, I think. And so that's why I'm going for it, so. Mrs. Deacon?
I agree with you, because I've been at a lot of these meetings, and I feel the need to put this in the proper perspective and context, and I agree with you, and I thank you for mentioning that.
And I've got the chart that goes along with that. I'll give that to you, too. Yes.
He wants me to collect it, and I'll give it.
Okay. Can you make me a copy of the top document? Sure. Yeah. Any further? Do we have any ideas for agenda items? Anything, anything at all before I bang the gavel?
Well, I have 5 agenda items from tonight that we're moving on to the next agenda. And since we're on that topic, would it be possible to start at 6 o'clock at our next regular meeting on May 11 instead of a 7 o'clock open meeting start?
Since I won't be here, it's fine with me.
Oh, all too easy.
Yes?
The answer is yes. For me, yes.
Can I just ask, so we're not meeting Friday, correct?
No.
No,
Okay.
we're not
All right.
meeting Friday.
Okay.
Okay. I will adjourn the meeting.